Okay, hey everyone, sorry to keep you waiting. And some last minute stuff, making sure everything's working as intended. So, how you doing? How's Friday treating you? Do you have any plans this weekend, or just gonna take it easy? So, hey Toodleman, hello. Oh man, I really can't stop reading this. I'm hoping we can finish this before the 10th of July, which is when part 3 comes out. I'm going to get a haircut. Oh, that's nice. It's a pretty hot night tonight, and yeah. Gonna get me, well, I'm waiting for the water to get a bit colder, but I'm gonna prepare some iced tea later to keep my caffeine sugar and sugar levels up. Hot. So this is another guerrilla stream. After that, tomorrow I'm gonna go on that trip, and I'll hopefully be back Sunday. I realize that Koyanskaya banner may not drop Sunday but Monday, so we could go and have some rolls can be that Monday then, and maybe once I go back we can continue reading and see if we can finish this before part 3 comes out. All in all, I'd say we're going at a pretty steady pace. We're doing pretty good, so I'm confident we'll finish this in time. So, Lake Region. We were just gonna start on Albion chapter. So yeah, let's go. Avenger, no problem. All the reliable. Let's go. You know, I'm gonna change bond up. Almost there. Next week is weird. Tuesday is our Independence Day, so I get Tuesdays off, but not Monday. Well, that's odd. Here they made it so basically by law that if we have like due to holidays and stuff that it's in the middle of the week, it automatically gets moved to Monday. So we usually have long weekends for stuff like that. We should have a Independence Day stream. Now I'm gonna go with Charlotte. That's what we usually do, but Illegal Fireworks Day is special. Of course, here it is too. I think that one doesn't move at all. Albion. How's the sound of my mic? Does it sound okay? I feel like my mic sounds a little bit muffled, so I tried lowering the game's music and raise my mic's sensitivity. Sounds good to me, but my headphones are not very high quality. Oh, okay. So you can guys hear me better. Okay, Oh, shoot. There's the Tree of Emptiness over the far shore. So this is the Lake District. Does the Lake District exist in the real Britain too? Oh. Of course. It's one of the UK's biggest tourist attractions. It's known for its glacial lakes that seem to stretch on forever, and for its steep rocky crags that have never been touched by civilization. There we go, that should sound good. In stark contrast to highly developed cities like London, it still retains the natural beauty it's had for at least 100 years. Fancy clothes, gourmet meals, and thrilling entertainment are great and all, but there's definitely something to be said for the kind of leisure time where you can just lose yourself in your environment. Hey, Lauren, Artoria still hasn't cheered up. What's going on with her? Is this your first time to the Lake District, Artoria? Yeah, I was just thinking. So this is the famous Lake District. It sure is as pretty as a picture, isn't it? Also, just as quiet. Did I mention quiet? Artoria, what's up? Why are you such? Damn, you have no poker face at all, do you? You're obviously still thinking about what Vargas told us, right? Don't keep it to yourself. Is this burial god truly Morgan's master? Huh, that is the question. Though of course the real question might be, is Morgan actually a servant? It's a hell of a conundrum, that's for sure. Lauren and I have been going back and forth trying to square that circle ever since we got here. At first I thought Morgan was the king of this lost belt. Same. I mean, she'd pretty much have to be if she's been ruling here for 2,000 odd years. But after meeting Morgan and Beryl in Camelot... You mean when Beryl said he was Morgan's master and she didn't deny it? So Morgan's not Beryl's servant, but Beryl is Morgan's master. That's a brainbuster, ain't it? I don't even know where to begin. Any ideas as to how that could work, Da Vinci? I'm afraid not. There's just too little information to work with. If Holmes were here, he would string a number of theories together into a plausible hypothesis, but he's not. What about you, Artoria? Did you come up with anything? I do have one idea, I think. I remember what you said about masters and servants, and the kind of things Chaldea has done so far. But I'd rather not think about it any more than that. If I'm right, then Morgan would be... impossible for you to beat? A fairy you'd rather not even fight at all if you don't have to? Have it, Rod? What's wrong with not wanting to fight her? Who says you have to try and beat her no matter what? Chaldea's goal is to acquire Morgan's Rongominiad, and the Child of Prophecy's goal is to ring the 6 bells. Trust me, I heard Enzo's Child of Prophecy poem in Londinium enough to last a lifetime. And there's not a single verse in there about killing the queen. But Morgan herself told me to defeat her. Did she now? She's just playing everyone's antagonist because she doesn't dare trust anyone anymore. But I'm not saying more than that. All I care about Smash and Lyra finally being reunited. You can't go around trying to please everyone else all the time. Sometimes you just gotta tell them to piss off. No more chit-chat. We already got a few more headed our way. You remember Vargas's warning, Lauren? Good. Then don't hold back. We're all counting on your firepower to get us through this. 'Ding. Kiara! Summer Kiara needs a bit big brain to use, but once you know how to handle her, she's a very good. And she's excellent for hard content. She has a lot of survival tools. Skill up. A serious biological weapon. Yukinoa. That snake has the Koyanskaya tattoo. Ow. I see where this is going. Wow, asshole. You know what? Death by Artoria. Oh, come on. Ow. 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 Mochiron. Bye. She certainly does make short work of just about everything you've put her up against so far. Kiara helped me a lot during the Little Big Tengu challenge quest. That last monster was certainly new for Britain. Nope, that woman's gotta be nearby. What does she think this is, a vacation? Looks like it's going to take us at least a full day to make it through the Lake District and get to the north coast. I don't think we'll make it more than halfway today. We should look for a forest where we can make camp before nightfall. Say, Havetrod, do you maybe know this area? You said you were originally from the north, right? Well, yeah, I guess. This place hasn't changed in forever, so at least I know it better than the south. Why do you ask, Da Vinci? You want a history lecture from old Happy Cat? If you could, that'd be great. We never heard much about the Lake District down south. Gotcha, okay then, but just until sunset. Oh, Nasus lectures. Let's go. Long ago, Britain used to be way smaller. Back then, this area was all ocean. At the time, Britain was the only landmass in the world. At least, the fairies thought so. So they worked to expand the isle. Then one day, when they'd expanded it up to where Manchester is now, they noticed there was a forest on the far shore. That was this place, the British Lawspel's Lake District, a forest in the middle of the ocean. That's where the northern fairies come from. They'd been living off the fruits of that forest all that time. Just until sunset. Have a trot, it's dawn. I know what I said. The northern fairies, so they were Nognaria's ancestors? Yep, the 6 clans and the northern fairies have totally separate lineages. Anyway, back in Fae era 6000, I guess that'd be 8,000 years ago, Britain had its very first war. In it, the northern and southern fairies fought each other. Nowadays, it's only known as the War of Spring. It happened when the northern fairies got jealous of all the land the southern fairies had and crossed the sea to invade it. But even though their leader was super strong, on average, the northern fairies were still weaker than the southern ones. Back then, there were no humans on the northern fairy side, only the southern fairies kept humans. So the war ended with the southern fairies' victory. Apparently, it was a total massacre. Whenever the northern fairies' successors were born, the southern fairies would just kill them on the spot. Oh. Rage. So it was a genocide after all. Whenever the northern fairy successors were born, they were spawn killing. That's not very sportsmanlike. Indeed. That is foul play, spawn killing. Whenever the northern fairy successors were born, the southern fairies would just kill them on the spot. That's where they got all the bodies they needed to fill in the ocean up to the Lake District. They killed so many northern fairies that eventually new generations stopped being born altogether. What happened to the northern fairies after that? Everyone thought they'd gone extinct, but not. It turned out they were still alive. Alright, I forgot the land was made of corpses. It is. But nope, it turned out they were still alive. The leader of the northern fairies was made of much sterner stuff than any fairy from the six clans. Well, they weren't called the 6 clans back then, but you know what I mean. Anyway, the Northern Queen escaped. Left the Lake District, and went on to make the Western Island all by herself out in the middle of the empty sea. The Western Island, Ireland, became a legendary island that no one could see, but existed all the same. It became the final hope for fairies who were exiled from Britain, a sort of last bastion for castaways. Later on, there'd be another war between the North and the South, called the War of Summer. But that has nothing to do with the Lake District, so I'll just skip that one. Anyway, after the first war, the War of Spring, the Southern fairies claimed the Lake District for themselves and began developing their civilization even further. The fairies that would go on to become the Mirror Clan, and the fairies from Britain's northernmost area that would go on to become the Rain Clan, each built thriving cities here. Okay, let me reread that. The fairies that would go on to become the Mirror Clan, and the fairies from Britain's northmost area that would go on to become the Rain Clan, each built thriving cities here. Though, of course, as you can see, they've long since been wiped out. Not sure thriving is the word I'd use then. Then again, the idea of a single country enduring for more than 1,000 years doesn't really fit for us non-Brits in the first place. Morgan's Fairy Britain has lasted for more than 2,000 years, remember? Of course, you can't really call it thriving either, since it hasn't advanced any in all that time. The Rain Clan, I see. Britain's skies are always cast in twilight. So it makes sense that there would have been fairies who control the rain and other weather. But why did the Rain Clan go extinct? Did they disappear naturally, or... I'll tell you that once we get to Orkney. All you need to know for now is that the Rain Clan and their city Orkney were destroyed in Fairy Era 4000. Oh. More genocide, huh? So 2,000 years after the War of Spring? Yep, they built their city around Fae Era 5000, so it was one of the few British metropolises to last over 1,000 years. Now I see, so that's why Ireland's nowhere to be found. The Northern Fairies must be of Irish descent. And the only Northern Fairy to survive the War of Spring was their queen. But then, what happened to the Western Island? Why is that gone too? Why do you think? 'Cause the Northern Fairies migrated to Britain, of course. Mav made that island to keep her fairies safe. She took it all back into herself just before she invaded the British Isle. That was the War of Summer, back in Fae Era 2000. Tonelico the Savior and the first Fae Knight fought in it too. Man, you guys wouldn't believe how strong Queen Mab was. After their failure in the War of Spring, the Northern Fairies coexisted with humans in Ireland for 4,000 years. The Southern Fairies only saw humans as tools for producing entertainment. The Northern Fairies, though, they saw humans as partners, and together they built a real civilization. So even though the Southern Fairies had the numbers advantage, the Northern Fairies were still overwhelmingly stronger. At first, Queen Mab wanted to wipe out the Southern Fairies as payback for what they did to the Northern ones. But eventually, Tonelico managed to broker a peace between the two sides. As part of the deal, the Northern Fairies were ceded the north part of Britain as their territory, and welcomed into the fold as the King Clan. That's when the 6 clans we have now first came about. The rest, you guys already know. Anyway, with that kind of bad blood between them, it's no wonder the fairies of the North and South still don't get along even in the era of the High Queen, right? Right, I totally remember my fairy history. Basically, all you have to remember is that there was a big battle between the clans in the last years of the Fae era, right before the era of the High Queen began. What about the start of the Fae era 14,000 What about the start of the Fae era 14,000 years ago? Do you know anything about that? Nope, there's not a single record of Britain's genesis. Tonelico and the Oh, so Mash is technically a Fae Knight, huh? Tonelico and the first Fae Knight tried their hardest to track one down, but all they learned was the story of the 6 fairies. The 6 fairies, as in the mural. Yeah, she's Fae Knight Galahad. So you already know about it. Yep, it was that mural. I don't remember all that much about it either, but if you want, I'll tell you what I know as a bedtime story. Not that there's all that much to it. At best, it only makes for a decent lullaby. Plot. Oh, assassin. That's alright. Should we go with single target or AoE? You know what? I'm gonna take my shooting. Oh, but I'm gonna take Merlin with me. Good stuff. Maybe we can actually reach chapter 20 tonight. Maybe even read the whole thing, and we'd only have like 3 to 4 chapters left. Oh, it's one of those. Okay, fine. Oh, Nana. So nice. Hi. ほら、いいかで。ご保証で薬を殺。It's entirely possible I fall asleep if you go into the early morning, but I'll stay up as long as I can. Thank you, Turtleman. I won't say I'll try not to go on for too long, but because I definitely will. But thank you for bearing with me and my avalonlefae fangirling. Ow. Because So another quote-unquote short stream. Uh-huh. Hi. Ow. 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 No? Ow. Yarimasu? Oh, come on! Ow. 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 Hi. I'd ask what your idea of a long stream is, but I'm scared to know. My longest stream was nearly 12 hours. Nearly. And my original plan was going 24 hours non-stop. Uh-huh. Okay, there we go. That was from Sobathon. My longest stream. Ma, sunai ni? Ikate? Kusuri o satsu. Yay, cool. Wish we had gotten more lanterns than that. Lola V. This spot looks perfect. Okay guys, that's enough walking for today. Let's go ahead and set up camp. And you were originally planning to do 24 hours. So glad you didn't. Trust me. I usually would have brute forced it, but I couldn't that time. I'll pitch the tent. I'll go gather brushwood. I mean, firewood. I'll go write a report for the border. I'll go laze around for a while since I'm just plain tired. Then I'll put up a bounded field to ward off animals and insects. Yeah. Insects. Yeah. ESL. Gosh, camping is so much fun no matter where you do it. Roger that. All hands, move out. Oh no. Spooky ghost. Phew, I couldn't eat another bite. Yep, I think now's a good time to call it a night. There don't seem to be any dangerous creatures here, so... Hold it, I still haven't told you guys about the 6 fairies like I promised. Alright, I'm sorry, Happy Cat. Please go right ahead. Don't worry, I'm listening. It sounds pretty important after all. Okay, now which diary was it? Ah, here it is. Happy Cat's History, page 153. It became ocean at the end. There was ocean at the beginning. After the shooting star passed, the land all ran into rivers. Long, long ago, long ago, as far back as time can go. 6 fairies went outside to find the world had become an ocean. There was no land, no rocks, no fish, no birds. And of course, there were no mountains or forests, which the 6 fairies loved more than anything. The 6 fairies didn't know what to do. They grew sad and thought of going home. This is awful, they thought. How terrible our world has become. Then a large shadow rose up from the ocean. It belonged to a giant fluffy creature. On its shoulder stood one of the animals the fairies believed was gone. The animal on its shoulder called the fluffy creature Cernunnos. Cernunnos, the animal, and the 6 fairies soon became friends. It wasn't easy living on the ocean. There was nowhere to go and nothing to do. But Cernunnos made things better for the 6 fairies by sheltering them from the waves. However, the animal said that Cernunnos was a god and he needed offerings. So the 6 fairies offered Cernunnos their joy. And they offered Cernunnos their wish. The ocean without waves is nice, but we still miss having land. And so the fairies' wish was granted. Then, after the rejoicing ended, the god grew tired and fell asleep. The 6 fairies revered Cernunnos for granting their wish. They made grateful use of everything that was left behind. Thus did the Isle of Britain come into being. May the first six fairies find salvation. The end. So was that helpful, Arto? Wow, you're amazing, Happy Cat. I can't believe how much you know. Is she talking in her sleep, pretending to be awake? What about the rest of you, Muramasa, Da Vinci, Laran? I'm fine, I'm still awake. I knew it. You're gonna be patient if you're gonna make a good spouse one day. Boy, if I am not patient. But seriously, that really was helpful. It seems pretty clear now that the giant beast from the mural, Cernunnos, really did exist along with the 6 clan ancestors. Arturia knows the right way to handle lectures, indeed. Also, what do you think that animal riding on Cernunnos' shoulder was? I can only think it was a human. I think so too. Gods do like having mouthpieces. My guess is this human was Cernunnos' priest. They were probably there to share their god's words with the world. I see. So that means when Britain was first created, there was a god, a priest, and fairies, huh? But now there's no god, no priest, and the only humans that exist were made by fairies. There's gonna be something more to this story. Maybe that's what Morgan's hiding? Havetro, do you know something? Seeing how any stories related to the gods completely died out in the era of the High Queen, you're probably right. But that leaves us with yet another question. If this story is true, it means Cernunnos gave the Southern Fairies, the six clan ancestors, this land. But then, who gave the Northern Fairies the land with woods on it in the Lake District? Oh, I know that one. This is a secret only the Mirror Clan and those born before the era of the High Queen began. This is a story only the Mirror Clan and those born before the era of the High Queen began knew, but a certain being's corpse lay somewhere in the Lake District. Even if the world had become totally blank or an empty sea with no life, it remained all by itself without decomposing until it eventually transformed into a small forest. Albion the Border, the last dragon. Oh. The corpse it left behind when it failed to return to the paradise of Avalon became the Northern Fairies' homeland. Oh. Oh. So I imagine that's what Koyanskaya is after. Wait, so Ireland is the dragon this time? Yeah. Ireland is the dragon. Gonna need a better looper. MP3 Circe. So that's what we talked about last night. Thanks, Lara and Bonnie, and I'm sorry again about falling asleep last night, Happy Cat. It's okay, I'm not bad anymore. Besides, I did say it'd make for a decent lullaby. It sure did. I slept great. I haven't dreamt so peacefully in a long time. So just how amazing was this Albion thing anyway? In proper human history's archaeological circles, Albion is thought to be the name of Britain's prehistoric civilization. In the Magecraft world, it's also known as the Dragon of the Age of Gods, and the last pure-blooded dragon. So to put how amazing that is in more concrete terms, well, while servants, that is, heroic spirits, could be said to be super beings that are way beyond humanity both physically and spiritually, not all servants are equal. They're ranked based on the scale of their spirit origin. The heroic spirits at the very top of the tier, the ones that even other heroic spirits will consider astonishing powerful, are known as grand servants. By that token, Albion would probably be considered a grand dragon by other dragons. Oh, so Albion is basically a grand. I mean, if it was around when Earth was formed, that alone would mean it possessed 4.6 billion years worth of genetic information. It's not a god that was modeled on human perception or one discovered through faith. It's a primordial supernatural being. That said, humanity is no slouch either. In just a few 100,000 years, we took the accumulation of all 4.6 billion years worth of life on this earth and deciphered it, acquired it for ourselves, and are actively trying to develop it even further. So while a single human might not compare to something as amazing as Albion, as a race, there's nothing out there that surpasses humanity. We are the most advanced life form on Earth, you know? Well said. We might be enemies, but just now I'm real glad we're on the same side. Thanks. You might be our enemy, but I love how you give credit where it's due. Of all the ways for two people to become friends. And yet, they still think of themselves as enemies. Weird. I know, right? Since ancient times, boys have always... I know, right? Since ancient times, boys have and always will be boys, huh? A ghost! Spooky! Another fight. We're getting spooked. Mirror, who's behind? Oh, it has evade. Damn it. Oh, come on! Piggy though, it worked kinda. Vista. May have to restart. Ironically, this would have been a good fight for shooting. Off. That's hot. Okay, that's enough of that. You're the fairy who's been following us since yesterday, aren't you? That's me. Hi there. I'm Mirror the Night Call. I've been watching you guys since I picked up your lovely auras. By the way, unlike the original, my gender isn't exactly a secret, okay? Okay, Lolly Vinci is actually a lolly. She's a girl. A night call? So you're a spirit who didn't disappear after dying. But that's weird. I don't sense any hostility or malice or anything from you. Or malice or anything from you. Nope, I don't have any regrets or grudges. I'm just too strong to disappear, that's all. Ghost too strong to disappear. Amazing. I've been stuck like this for years on end now. Honestly, I'm not entirely sure what to do about it either. Gotcha. Sounds like a real problem. Would it help if we left some food on your grave or something? You want to leave food on my grave, even though there's nothing there? That's so funny. But thanks, you guys are really nice fairies. Man, you sure are a cheerful night call, aren't you? Guess you didn't die cause you lost your purpose then. How'd you bite it? Was it sudden? Did you have an unlucky accident or something? It was more of an incident than an accident. We were all massacred by the fire and wind 6 years ago, just like Ansel predicted. Oh. Ansel died then too. Now there's no one from the Mirror clan left. At least I'm pretty sure there isn't. Or was there? That's odd. Oh well, everyone forgets things sometimes. I still believe. Gareth is a mirror fairy. Except Gareth, exactly, Toodleman. Anyway, you guys look like you're a lot of fun, so I have a little request I'm hoping you can help me with. See, a few days ago, a weird fairy showed up and started living in a really important place we used to protect. Do you think you might be able to chase her off for me? Well, while we're usually willing to help fairies, I mean night calls in need, we kind of have somewhere need to be ourselves. But, just out of curiosity, what does this weird fairy look like? Well, she's wearing a fancy upper-class fairy dress, and she even wears fancy glasses. Oh. And she has a whole bunch of subordinates, and a pink tail up. Koyanskaya. Hang on, that sounds like... Koyanskaya, dun dun dun. Oh, so she's up her stuff in the north. Beautiful. Okay, so be right back. I'm gonna get me my drinkies and yeah, time for tea. You know, chat, you know what I would like to have at some point? Well, first I want for me and the rest of Bonnie Mama and Lord Bonnie to move out of this house and get to not only a bigger house but also have my own room, and in it I want to have a mini bar, mini fridge thing where I can just keep drinks and shit, so I don't have to go out and constantly so I don't have to constantly go back and forth to get something to drink or eat. That would be nice. I've had one before. It definitely enabled my lazy lifestyle. It's those little things that make your life easier. Koyanskaya is that servant we saw with Murian, right? Oberon seemed to think she was dangerous, but does that mean she's a problem Caldia has to deal with too? No. My nose itches. Honestly, I'm still not entirely sure about that. My parents use it for extra space now, since I have my own place with its own fridge now. Nice! I still would like to have a mini fridge for this sort of thing, so I can just get my drinks and food in my room. There's no doubt that she's fundamentally incompatible with humanity as a whole, but we'd also never faced her directly just yet. She did try to kill us during the attack on Chaldea base, but that was probably just her following the foreign god's orders. She's also made a habit of toying with the local populace in each lost belt, but I think that's just her way of enacting retribution. Retribution! She basically took the existing systems of exploitation in a given world, like the relationship between the ruling class and the lower class, and exaggerated them. That had with can holders processors that go to your mouth would be cool to own. That would be convenient, yes. But you can't find those things here. She basically took the existing systems of exploitation in a given world, like the relationship between the ruling class and the lower class, and exaggerated them. She may hate humanity, but she's never tried to obliterate it. That said, she's been making a point of collecting creatures from each lost belt which never existed in proper human history. Also, that she is the immature form of a beast, an evil bent on destroying humanity, would put her pretty firmly in the evil camp. If Koyanskaya were just acting as Muria's bodyguard, that's between them. We'd have no business interfering. But if she's adding to her collection here too, then we can't just sit back and do nothing. It's really only a matter of time until she turns those creatures against us. Stopping her now is just a kind of self-defense, so we don't have to fight them off later. I see. I think I understand why she's so dangerous now. In which case, she must be after... Mirror, are we headed to the bog where the dragon's remains are now? We sure are. That weird fairy came trotting up to that pitch black pool one day with an umbrella in tow, even though no one besides us should know about it. Then she kicked out the Moors, and the last I saw, she was doing something nasty to the dragon's corpse. Oh no. The dragon's corpse. She's after Albion. Damn it. She has no shame at all? Has she no shame at all? That thing's gotta be like a national treasure. No tourist like her has a right to take it. Since when do you care about Fairy Britain's national treasures, Muramasa? Not to mention how badly it'd reflect on proper human history. Our reputation is at risk here. Mores! There's a whole bunch of mores here. Run for it, everyone. Forget about the dragon's corpse. Don't throw your lives away. Don't worry, we'll be fine. Luckily there aren't many pure fairies here, so we can handle a bunch of mores. Oh, but make sure you stand back, Habetrot. We don't want to risk a worst-case scenario. Don't be daft, you idiot. This is no time to be worrying about me. Their poison is super deadly. Make sure your healers are ready to go, Laren. If I have to, I'll fight these things myself. One of those. Oh, come on. Let's get Marilyn. My nose. Where is she? Allergy problems? I don't know. Maybe it's allergies. Mom says I may have parasites, which I don't buy it. Maybe it's just, yeah, maybe it's just dust. That sounds like something your mom, who's afraid of you having a computer room in your room, would say. Yeah. I'm greatly exaggerating it, but she keeps thinking that my PC is going to give me cancer. Rabbit needs deworming? Likely. Koi no Yumi. Oh, I proc death on one. Kawairashii koto. Ow! Ow! Ah, daijoubu. Yay, overkill. Ooh, Kiara, Kiwawa. I need more bells, please. Crap, there 3 was bad enough, but now there's even more. That was actually pretty easy. Something's not right here. Morse wouldn't gather on their own like this. It's gotta be a trap Koyaskaya said. She must really not want anyone getting past here. You mean she's already got Morse under her thumb? This Koyanskaya lady must be even more trouble than I thought. In fact, now that I think about it, I can't believe you knew what she was like and still greeted her in Gloucester like it was no big deal, Laran. I can't really argue with that. Arturia, you have no idea. Yeah. What else could she have done back then? Murian was there too, you know. Now quit griping and get back to fighting. If we can't end this, I'm gonna end up using my Nova Phantasm until I'm drained dry. Keep those enchantments going, Artoria. I'll pull off 3 Tsumukari in a row if that's what it takes, even if I have to burn my own spirit orange for fuel. Is he talking about looping? Is he talking about looping with Artoria? He is talking about looping. 3-turn looping specifically. That reminds me, I need a Muramasa of Prophecy in my Chaldea. Wow, that's pretty on the nose, totally. Huh? Does that mean Servant's spirit origins are flammable? Can't speak for everyone's, but mine is. Look, don't worry about it. Like I said, just keep on coming. When you've been standing at the forge as long as I have, losing an eye or a leg stops seeming like such a big deal. It's her! Fey Knight Lancelot, what are you doing here? Never mind that. I'm going to clear out these moors. Stand back, Child of Prophecy. You're only getting in my way. No way! That's the Child of Prophecy? No, now that I'm a Nightcall, I couldn't tell it was her. But now that I'm getting a better look at her, I can sense it too. Yay! She might have finally made it back to the entrance of paradise. This is great. What a relief. Now all of our purposes have finally been fulfilled. Hello, Britain's Bell of Ending. So you're the one with the highest of callings. The second avalonlefae. The second avalonlefae, huh? Avalonlefae more like. In Japanese, it's read as avalonlefae. In the 5th progress node of section 18 Albion, you will be defeated with the guest servant Timely Lancelot is vanquished. Would you like to begin the quest? Yeah. Lancelot trial quest. I see none of you were hurt or killed. Not that it is any of my concern. How in the world she can rapid fire her novel phantasm like that? It's called looping. You didn't come here to save us, did you? No, I suppose I could have just left you to your own devices. But this place is special to me, so I didn't want Morse ruining it. That's all. Melusine is my beloved dragon lolly, so happy to see you. My other wife. So you're not going to fight the Child of Prophecy? Yes, I will, but not now. We all know there is going to be a war eventually. When there is, we Fae Knight will lead the charge against the Child of Prophecy and the foreign mage. There's no need to rush things. When the time comes, I will make your death so excruciating that your souls will flee your bodies from the pain alone. Well, that's reassuring. So cruel and sadistic. You are pretty ugly on the inside for a fairy said to be the most beautiful in Britain, aren't you? Me, the most beautiful? That's very kind of you to say, but no, I'm not the most beautiful fairy in Britain. Well, maybe if you value function over form, but true beauty has nothing to do with compatibility. Why am I bothering to talk about this? I really need to learn what is and isn't appropriate for fairies one of these days. Anyway, I take it you are all here to ring the bell of pilgrimage. If you are, then I'd just turn around and leave if I were you. There's nothing like that here anymore. Anything that used to be here has long since been wanted to do. Ah! Yikes, you scared me. Did you see a ghost or something? Yes, I'm looking at one. Have you guys really not noticed it until just now? That's an icon! And if it's here, it must be from the Mirror Clan. I see. So that's what was calling to me. Huh? No, you've got it all wrong. We don't begrudge anyone anything. We already did everything we had to do. We have nothing left to tell you. More importantly, are you sure you don't want to hurry to the bog? Otherwise, you might be too late to stop that outsider from taking your homeland for herself. Come on, Lancelot or no Lancelot, we can't let Koyanskaya get away with this, right? Oh. That NFF keep-out tape looks so out of place here. What are these hideous bindings doing here? How dare you wade into our lake with your diddy feet? So Melusine was probably a northern fairy, maybe even Mirror Clan or Rain Clan. Wait and see, Turtleman, wait and see. Dirty feet? Of all the nerve! I'll have you know I'm very fond of this dress Lady Murian gave me. So I've been toiling away at this excavation from the air, as you can see. Unfortunately, these Moors I just acquired have been unable to either transport or destroy it. So I was nearly on the verge of writing the whole thing off as a loss. But luckily, even though these bones are worthless junk to me now, it seems mistreating them a little was the right choice. Ah, so the bones So maybe the bones called to Melusine? But luckily, even though these bones are worthless junk to me now, it seems mistreating them a little was the right choice. Dresses usually have a front part, but okay. Now, I'll get my hands on the Fae Knight I've been waiting and hoping for. This aura. You must be an immature beast. You know about beasts, Lancelot? Of course I do. Why do you know about them? Oh, I see. Proper human history must be having a tougher time than I thought. Those bones must be what's left of Albion's corpse. Whatever Koyanskaya wants with them, we can't let her get it. Come on, Lara, we need to help Lancelot. I don't know what Koyanskaya's after, but whatever it is, it can't be good. This time, we're gonna cut off her tail and send her packing. Oh, what was that? How dreadfully crude. Not all of us world-class beauties ruin nations, you know. Why, if anything, I'm doing humanity a favor. I'd say what I'm doing here is philanthropy. But I suppose trying to get you all to see reason is a fool's errand, since you can't even see what a blight this thing actually is. Ugh, all that hard work I put into acquire this fine specimen of a weapon, and you've all ruined it. You know, I think this may be a fine occasion to finally get rid of you all. Stand back, everyone. Something huge is coming out of the bog. Is that a dragon? Could it be Albion itself? No, what are you? No, what are you, blind? It's just another Morse. You're all brand and no brains, aren't you? You'll never be a match for Morgan like that. Hey, you can't blame Artoria for being confused. These magical energy levels are insane. They're as high as the Calamity in Norwich, if not higher. You're right, I didn't want to believe it, but this water is all made up of the same stuff as Morse. It's literally dripping with animosity towards fairies. We're basically surrounded by Morse now. There's no escape. That's right. This is where Albion's dead flesh rotted away, becoming the most foul substance in all of Britain. And that's not all. This is also where the northern fairies were massacred in the War of Spring. For 8,000 years, their hatred has festered away in this natural cauldron. Albion itself may be no more than a pile of bones now. But it's no trouble to collect all the magical elements that were left here and make them into what they used to be. Oh great, random bugs surpassing calamities, cool. What are you saying? Are you planning to steal Albion's corpse since it perished all alone in the sea of nothingness? Of course not. My clients wouldn't be interested in acquiring a zombie. No, this is strictly a one-time deal. I return it to its old, decayed flesh once all of Chaldea's dead. Besides, you are the thing I'm really after. Haven't I already mentioned that? You see, Lord Beryl gave me a juicy, super secret bit of info. You're a living Albion, so I'm going to take you away from here and keep you all to myself. No, sir, man, No, Koyanskaya, I rolled her from the gacha, she's mine. Also another lolicon, huh? Koyanskaya also cultured. Lancelot is Albion? Now, as much as I hate to cut short a chat about my fabulous products, I'm afraid I must. Good day, Chaldeans! Thank you so much for your patronage these last several months. Now, allow me to escort you down to the depths of hell, where you can wait for Britain's destruction. I did assume the dragon lolly was Albion, but that's a pretty abrupt reveal, indeed. This is way worse than it was in Norwich. It's suicide to find a Morse of this scale without Mash's protection. The hell it is! Don't be fooled! These things all bark and no bite. Sure, this box curse is powerful, but it's not a real calamity. That weird lady out there's just giving it temporary form. You guys can take this thing easily. Now, come on and kick its butt, Laren. This is no time to be hanging out here. Mash is waiting for you to come get her in Orkney. Really, Happy Cat? Damn. Just when I thought I'd broken their spirits. If only that old little fairy hadn't stuck her nose in. Fine, I'll help you all here. Just this once, I'm going to disable the name and gift Her Majesty bestowed on me. Because if that really is Albion's animated flesh, then I'm the only one who can burn it away. Hear me, I am not the knight known as Lancelot. My true name is Melusine, Melusine of the Dark Bog. I am the descendant of Albion, given my name by the most beautiful being alive. Hey! Melusine Showcase. Oh, come on! God damn it. Damn it! Happy July! Happy July! It's time! Bah. Good thing it's only 5 AP. Pachi, 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 pachi. Oh, come on. Okay, I'll use a Tamamo. I'm gonna put Kiara here just in case. Mash. We need all the bond we can get. Oh. Yeah, this should do. Atsui. Calor. Albion's Dead Flesh. When HP reaches 0, recovers HP and survive. When HP is less than 0, apply a state where Albion's Dead Flesh is removed. If you sustain support, NPC Melusine's AONP attack demerit. You got it. Let's shape it down a little bit.
神明偽装展開精錬たる湖面月光を返す沈め
Innocence Arendaito.
はいやここでまっすぐ
Ow. That's alright.
いいね両断する
Now for the magic.
来るがいい
Kurugai.
いいでしょう
いいでしょ。
しなさいちゃんと命令してもっと早く
もっと早く。
この名はアルビオン教会を開く最後の竜
Dragon Lolly.
ジョフロワからフロモンへ時を示せ行けいたいと
Yay.
アンこれで
Ow. Ow. Was that a spear from her abdomen? Oh no. It wasn't a spear, it was a laser.
誰に呼ばれるまでもなく
She has a
血をかさせ
crotch laser beam.
えいアン
Innocence Arendaito.
最悪もっと早くちゃんと命令して
ちゃんと命令。
この名はアルビオン教会を開く最後の竜ジョフロワからフロモンへ時を示せ行けいたいと
2K Daito.
ありがとうございます皆さんのおかげです
2K Daito, it doesn't appear to be a name from history or mythology. Yeah, first time I've heard of it too. Bells! Bells! Thank you. Thank you. True name revealed. Fey Knight Lancelot. True name Melusine. Hot. 熱い。Beast. Holy shit. She got her. That's my Dragon Lolly wife. Yep, that's Lancelot Sarandite. She just destroyed Koya Sky's spirit core, not question. Did she kill her? Peace. Hello, Bonnie-chan. Hey, Jeff. She's gone. What happened? I mean, Melusine. I thought you'd kill her. Lancelot. In this form, I am Fey Knight Lancelot. I will tell you nothing unless you call me by that name. Not that there is anything I want to tell you in any case. Okay, Lancelot, we won't mention that other name again. But it looks like you're just as strong even without your gifted name. In fact, you might even be weaker as Lancelot, so if you want to go by that name, you won't hear us complain. Exactly. Thank you for being so understanding. It seems she didn't kill Koyanskaya, but she left her in pretty bad shape, by the looks of it. Mularanskaya emote. I'm sorry, Solaris. Maybe we'll have our... If we reach the monetization stuff, we'll have our... I know we'll get our emotes back. Exactly. Thank you for being so understanding. No problem. I'm flattered you think so. But anyway, what happened with Koyanskaya? Should we assume she got away? Well, maybe. I should have gone for her head, not her heart. That beast was still weak since she wasn't fully grown, but she had vitality to spare. If I had to guess, I'd say she has several lives, though she should at least be incapacitated for a few days. Good, good. Lancelot, if you put Koyanskaya down, you have all the grades you can eat. You'll be level 120 and append 10. You'll be top perfect Lancelot. It's all thanks to you, Lancelot. Oh, good. I knew that, of course, but I'm glad to see you do too. This is great. Now old Lord Skelly will stick around for a long time yet. Without Lord Skelly, the lake would have filled back in with regular ocean. I assume Lord Skelly is Albion. Then the border between the surface and the spirit cavern would fall apart, and Lady Ainsel would be sad. Let me read again. Without Lord Skelly, the lake would have filled back with the regular ocean. Then the border between the surface and the spirit cavern would fall apart, and Lady Ainsel would be sad. Lord Skelly? Is that really what the Mirror Clan called Albion? Yep. It's easy to tell who you mean that way, right? Anyway, why don't we go back? The longer you stay here, the worse you're gonna feel. I'm getting that, yeah. This poison is strong enough to affect spirit origins. I don't even want to think about the genetic effects it could have on living creatures. Besides, while I'd love to investigate Albion's corpse further, we have something else that needs doing right now. What are you going to do now, Lancelot? We're going back to those ruins. You need to ask? I've helped you already, so it's only right that I stick around a little longer. So you want to keep an eye on us to be sure we don't mess with Albion's bones. I guess that is a more direct way of putting it. Thanks for clearing that up. We're not gonna do anything with the bones, I promise. What? What is it? Stare all you want. You're not going to find a weakness. It's not that. I was just wondering what you being a living Albion means. Also, I have to say, Melusine is a lovely name. I can't believe she just blurted that out. Even Habitrode knew better than to bring it up. I can't decide if she's polite or rude. Maybe a bit of both. That has nothing to do with you, and it's not worth talking about. Lancelot is Albion's left claw. Oh. So that's it. Ah. Okay. When the planet turned into the Sea of Nothingness, Albion who didn't make it back to paradise, exhausted their strength and died when they fell from the sky. But even though their core, their heart, had stopped, their flesh lived on. Right before their body completely fell apart, they cut off their left claw. That left claw was Melusine's before this new life. Oh. So she's not Albion's child or successor or something. She's an animate part of its original body, which honestly counts on her being an Albion descendant, in a way. It was here in this lake for a long time. Not even sure if it was alive or dead. But I didn't see anything like that the last time I was here. I'm sure you didn't. Before I looked like this, I was just a filthy clump of flesh. I had no muscles, no bones, no cilia, no hair, no joy, no fun, no sadness, no suffering. I didn't even know I was a dragon or what I would have liked to be. I may have been alive, but I wasn't truly living. I was just a thing wriggling in the darkness of the bog. But then one day... Aurora! Please stop this, Lady Aurora. You're going to dirty yourself. Any creature living in a bog like this must be even filthier than the Moors. Would you still love me if I was a worm, baby Lancelot? Why would you say something like that? Just look at how much it's struggling to reach the light. It's okay. This lake is quite shallow. I'm sure even I can help it. Eek! What is that thing? It looks like rotten fruit. Please get away from it, Lady Aurora. You'll ruin your dress. Oh my, you poor thing. You must be so cold. You're not a water fairy, are you? Hello there, darling one. Or good morning, I think. Yeah, that's better. Nice CG. My name is Aurora. What's yours? That's a nice CG. Now that we're friends, could I offer you some tea? Oh, only if you like tea, of course. Well, that answers some questions. I met someone who had no reservations about cradling a creature like me in her arms. It was the first time I'd seen something beautiful. That was when I gained this form. I was no more than a bunch of cells, but once I saw her, I knew I wanted to be just like her. That was the first thing I ever wanted. And now I have this body, along with the name she gave me, Melusine. So you didn't have muscles or bones or even cilia to transport cells. You must have been something like an amoeba then. Well, that answers some questions, it does. But then, once you saw a model for a new way to be, you transformed into a fairy? Yes, that's right. Amazing, isn't it? It truly was a miracle. Okay, but she's prettier than Aurora and doesn't look that much like her. She said she wanted to be like her, not that she wanted to be her. Nobody else would have ever thought to go into that dark, muddy bog, let alone cradle me like that. That's why my life belongs to her. My whole reason for being is making her wishes come true. but she had duties she couldn't neglect, so we couldn't be together forever. 100 years ago, the Earth, Wind, King, and Fan clan were so afraid of the calamity that they began fighting amongst themselves again. So at High Queen Morgan's suggestion, I became Fae Knight Lancelot to bring the fighting to an end. Actually, she looks a lot closer to Coral. A bit, yeah. So that's why you're the only Fae Knight who doesn't have her own army or domain. Tristan, Babanshi hates fairies. Gawain, Vargas loves fairies, humans too. What about you, Lancelot? How do you feel about them? Did you just start caring for Percival on a whim? No, I didn't. I love Percival deeply. Love? I watched over him for 10 years, ever since he was a little boy. Every time he grew bigger or stronger, my heart felt like it would burst with joy, uncertainty, loneliness, and gratitude. I wasn't the best mentor, sister, or even friend. I've dreamed of a future where Percival could live happily, like humans in proper human history. So many times, though. But not only did he decline High Queen Morgan's invitation, he went and formed that silly Round Table army. I don't know how he turned out to be such a delinquent. I certainly didn't raise him that way. Spoken like a true mama. If you care about him that much, it's not too late to join the Round Table army. I can't do that. I have to be a Fae Knight. That's why I obey High Queen Morgan. Loli mama, more like Loli Onesan. Whether the Child of Prophecy's cause is just or not doesn't matter. I made a deal with Her Majesty. I had my reasons and I'm going to honor the deal. Alright, this should be far enough. Besides, it's time I return to Camelot. I'll see you later, on the battlefield, as enemies. You really going to fight Percival? He chose this path for himself. I have to respect that. But don't tell him you talked to me. It'll only be painful for him. Bye! Good luck in the battle at Camelot! Well, there she goes. She left as quickly as she came, just like the last time. Wait, was she the one who massacred the Mirror Clan? It's okay, it's all in the past now. I'm not upset. Oh, so that explains her reaction. She killed the Mirror Clan. Mirror is a cinnamon roll. She is, or he is, with a terrifying face. Everyone in the Mirror Clan can see the future. We all know when we're going to die, and it's hard to tell present from future. We feel like we're dead from the moment we're born. So we have no regrets, no desire for revenge or anything like that. Dying just hurt, that's all. That's a kind of a good way to look at it. I do feel bad for Ansel though. She was our leader, our princess, so she was always worried about the whole clan's future. She put so much pressure on herself, always worried about how to find a way for us all to survive. She put all that on herself. She kept apologizing to the whole clan, right up to the moment we all died. The truth is, she's the one who was supposed to become a night call. But I didn't want her to keep having to apologize to us even after we all died, so I volunteered to be the messenger instead. That is very nice of you, Mirror. Messenger, so you have a message for Child of Prophecy? Yup. There's no Bell of Pilgrimage in this city, only the clan heads have those. And since Ainsl's was destroyed along with her, I'm afraid you'll have to find a replacement somewhere else. Also, this is kind of hard to say, but... No, Mirror! Mirror, you're... It's okay, Lauren. Let's just hear what she has to say. The last thing Ansel had to say was... The Child of Prophecy will come here twice. The first time will be to live. The second time will be to die. I see. Thank you, Mirror. I'll remember that, I promise. Take care of yourself, okay? I'm glad you turned out to be such a kind Child of Prophecy. Oh, cool. Make sure you don't hold anything back or second guess yourself. Just go out there and save Britain. Save the rest of us fairies. Bye, Mirror. Yeah. Yeah, wow. I can't believe this. How could she have crushed my heart through the sixth tail clone I sent out? Ugh, what a disaster. All that work I did to raise one of my tails gone just like that. Ha. No, let me try again. Ha. The plan was to send one of my 9 lost tails to each lost belt so they could all learn and gain unique experiences. And once all 9 tails had matured, I was going to become a beast that would have easily surpassed that smarmy fox maiden. But now the whole thing's ruined. Oh well, I guess I'll just have to give up then. The male it shit them fox get lollied on, Really, now that I think about it, I couldn't have actually grown all 9 tails anyway, since there are only 7 lost belts. Math, Koyanskaya, math. How are you going to get 9 tails if there's only 7 lost belts? Oh well, I guess I'll just have to give up then. Really, now that I think about it, I couldn't have actually grown all 9 tails anyway, so there are only 7 lost belts. Foo! Alright, let's try to look at the bright side of this. Do I cut my losses and move on, or do I stay up? Or do I stay put? Albion's body was just a pile of bones, and since it doesn't have any fire, there's no way for me to control it. And Lady Melusine is no longer a beast, but a fairy akin to a heroic spirit. It's too late for me to acquire her either. Nelson laugh. It was pretty good. It was Nelson laugh. Solaris. Wait, so she was a beast? It seems Melusine was a beast, at least when she was a clump of flesh. And Lady Melusine is no longer a beast, so a fairy akin to a heroic spirit. It's too late for me to acquire her either. It'd be a pretty big loss if I pulled out of Britain now, but I don't see much reason to stay at this point. Well, at least I found some good reference material for the private casino resort and private primate zoo I planned to build one day. Reference material for the private casino resort and private primate zoo. I do feel bad about leaving Lady Murian in the lurch, but... Leaving so soon? You are every bit as heartless as you seem. He's here! I love that face. I wish the Nendoroid had that face. Oh my! Look at what the moth dragged in. Well, if it isn't the so-called Fairy King who asked me to wipe out Woodwas's reinforcements without Lady Lara and Bonnie finding out. So it really was him. So that was the deal. Well, if it isn't the so-called Fairy King who asked me to wipe out Woodwas's reinforcements without Lady Lara and Bonnie finding out. In exchange for telling me where I could find Albion. So that was their deal, huh? Oh. Of course, you didn't say at the time that the information you were peddling was worthless. She got out scammed. She got over on this, totally scammed her. Hey, I could tell you where Albion is. I didn't say anything about the state Albion would be, okay? Okay, well, in that case, overall, all is well. You knew Albion was no good to me when you made that deal, didn't you? We need the Laranskaya face. I must have the emote somewhere, actually. Let me... No. Oh, I don't think I have the emote ready, unfortunately. I love that guy until he inevitably betrays us. Nah. Of course I did. Why would I go out of my way to help one of Chaldea's enemies? Aww. Besides, I only told you where you could find Albion's grave. You getting what you want from it was never part of the deal. Now, would you cut the sickening slander before I get forcibly reacquainted with my breakfast? Mary has no chill with Koyanskaya. Well, that one's definitely a screenshot, it is. Oh, very well. It might have been no more than a rotted corpse, but it was still the last pure-blooded dragon. Even if I couldn't make it my kin, I was still able to extract some valuable information from its bone structure. It should at least provide a good base structure for the Grand Tamamo Shrine, the AAA, Advanced Avenging Armament, currently under construction at NFF Services headquarters. Now then, if you'll excuse me, Prince Devious, I must be going. I do hope you enjoy playing Guide to Chaldea. Playing? Prince Devious, huh? You're looking for a weapon that can destroy the world, right? I really didn't want to tell you this, but right now we need all the help we can get. I really didn't want to tell you this, but right now we need all the help we can get, even from a beast. I have an idea of where you can find an even stronger product that's right up your alley. So if I were you, I wouldn't cut my losses in Britain just yet. Do not believe his lies. Do not believe him. They shouldn't have reused the map. They should actually just made it a new map for these sections. Prince Devious, interesting indeed. Fragment 9. Orkney, end of Fae Era 400, after the fall of Londinium. Totorot, where did Tonelico go? She went to check on the world tree. I mean, the tree of emptiness. She said she's going to wither it until it dies. Then she'll end the Fae Era and create a new land. I see. I wish there was something I could do for her. But there isn't. It's all gone. All of it. Everything Tonelico. Everything we all worked for destroyed. Just like that. For no reason at all. I guess there really isn't any way left to save Britain. It doesn't feel fair that I'm the only one who gets to survive. That I get to stay behind in the future. Oh. Okay, so that checks out. Tonelico is Morgan. Tonelico definitely is Morgan. So has Mash lived in the Fae Era for centuries now? Because she's only been with us for a little while in comparison. No, she's lived in the Fae Era for about maybe 6 months. At the bare minimum 5 months. At the bare minimum 5 months, but you'll see, Turtleman. Yep, I'm a bit ahead of the reveal there. Yep. It doesn't feel fair that I'm the screenshot. Let me. Pain, Peko. Mash? You've got all that wrong, Mash. You're not staying behind in the future. You are going back home to it. Remember, you never belonged to the Fae Era in the first place. So it's good that you're going back. Even Tonelico said this will wrap everything up nice and neat. That didn't cheer you up? Fine. If you're that worried about it, I'll make you a special promise. A promise that I'll prove you coming here to this era wasn't a mistake. A special promise? That's right. You know, I used to be a real jerk before I lost to Tonelico. I was violent and selfish, and everyone else in the wing. Totorot is a wing clan! Habetrot is a wing clan! Oh, this one I legit didn't know. Totoro is a Wink clan. I was violent and selfish and everyone else in the Wink clan hated me. But she's not a bug. She's not a bug. She doesn't have the wings. But she is lolly size. She is a small size. Like, she does have that in common with Murian. Kind of ironic that she doesn't have wings, but it seems she is a Wink clan fairy. But then I joined Tonelico and went around Britain beating up bad guys with her. It was a lot of fun and all, but it also always felt kind of empty, like there was a big hole in my heart. I guess they are both small. I used to wonder what it was I really wanted to do, what I should do, and what would bring me real joy. But then you came along and filled that hole for me, Mash. Remember when you told me about Havetrot, the fairy from Scotland? I don't know which me is right, but this last bit... But then you came along and filled that hole for me, Mash. Remember when you told me about Havetrot, the fairy from Scotland? I don't know which me is right, this lost belt me or the me from proper human history, but I don't care. The other me you described sounds so happy, I've decided that's who I wanna be. Aww. You gave me a dream worth living for, Mash, and I don't mean the dream of becoming Habetrot from proper human history. No, my dream is to see you in a bridal gown, getting happily married. Aww. Now that you've given me that dream, I'm gonna hold on to it forever. I'm always gonna be grateful you came here. This is too wholesome, it is. No, Mash, I know. So you just wait right here and don't worry about a thing. While you're sleeping, I'm gonna become a great tailor and see off at least 100 brides. So I have to wonder if Habetrot just kinda forgot some of this stuff or if she was biting her tongue the entire time. You'll see in time, Toodleman, you'll see. While you're sleeping, I'm gonna become a great tailor and see off at least 100 brides. That way, maybe my own little wish will come true too. I mean, if I can make 100 brides happy, that'll definitely help me become a real grown-up. Right. That's right, knowing you, Totoro. I'm sure you'll become the best seamstress in the world. Right? So there's a promise. It's okay if you forget it as long as you keep waiting here. The next time we meet, I'm gonna be able to make a wonderful dress that'll look absolutely smashing on you. You really did, Totoro, you really did. She rocked that dress. And so, Mash, the first Fey Knight entered her slumber. It would be wrong for a human girl named Mash to exist in the Fey era, you see. So by insisting that the figure in this coffin was actually the first Fey Knight, there wouldn't be a paradox in the era of the High Queen that was to come. Great thinking, Tonelico. Okay, let's reread that. Let's study this. And so Mash, the first Fey Knight, entered her slumber. It would be wrong for a human girl named Mash to exist in the Fey era, you see. So by insisting that the figure in this coffin was actually the first Fey Knight, there wouldn't be a paradox in the era of the High Queen that was to come. Great thinking, Tonelico. You know, Tonelico, I still don't get why you're helping Mash. I'm not too smart, but even I can tell you won't gain anything from it. She has a special spirit origin. Having someone like her working for me will be useful in the future. Gotcha. Well, I don't know much about that kind of stuff, so I'm not gonna ask anything more. You're about to kill the Tree of Emptiness, right? And a whole lot of fairies are gonna die, right? Then our journey together is over. I'm gonna go back to the south and work on my fairy training. And this time, I'll do it for me. See you later, Tonelico. It's been fun. I see. Goodbye, Totoro. Training for your own sake is all well and good. But don't forget what I taught you either, okay? Many days passed. My diary, page 14,800. It's been 400 years since that day. I'm now known far and wide as the first-class seamstress. I've even seen more than 100 brides off, but my wish hasn't come true. Of course it hasn't. After all, I still haven't been able to make a dress for my first bride, the one I care about more than any other. My legs don't work so well lately, my eyesight is fading, and I can barely hold this pen. Meanwhile, Britain hasn't changed one bit. Ever since Tonelico quit being its savior, war between the clans has resumed, worse than ever. Now it's year 12. Now it's year 12,000. Now it's year 12,000, the year of the great calamity that occurs once every 1,000 years. Habetrot isn't a fake name. She's the successor. Maybe she is. Now it's year 2000K. The 2000K. Now it's the year 12,000. 12,000. The year of the great calamity that occurs once every 1,000 years. Tonelico said this is when Britain is supposed to come to an end. But I know that it won't. Mash told me it still exists in the future. Okay, nobody should find me in here. I sat down in the corner of a northern cave. As soon as I did, my eyes stopped working, my mouth stopped moving, and my mind started to go blank. I must have been even more tired than I thought. Let's see. 2019. Sheffield's Castletown. I sprinkled the petrification powder Grimm made for me on my head. I hear the world breaking apart far off in the distance. I hear the screams of fairies as they perish. It's the winter storm ringing the bell of revenge. Tonelico's return from Orkney, the world's end. The last war. There's no more Arthur, no more Round Table, no more Hector, no more Grimm. It's just her and the War of Winter. Sorry I couldn't be out there with you, Tonelico, but fighting just takes too much out of me. This is the end of the Fae era, the moment that makes our entire pilgrimage meaningless. The time a savior vanishes from history and disappears from everyone's memory. No, Turtleman, that's not a fake name. It is a fake name, rather. You see, she talked about using a petrification powder and sleeping through the through the water of winter. Coast of the End. Ain't no battles. So she's possibly dying. Awesome, that's just fantastic. We'll see. It'll get better, don't worry, it'll get better. About time we made it. So this is the northernmost point in Britain, huh? If this were proper human history's Britain, we'd be right around Edinburgh, I'd say. But it looks like this is about as far north as this version of Britain goes. I heard it was cold here, but I still wasn't expecting it to be this cold. It never gets anywhere near this chilly in the south. Is that white stuff snow? Those are the tears of the Rain clan. They're all that remain of the Rain clan after it was wiped out in Fae Era 4000. They're a song of grief and admonition to the other clans, and an apology meant for the Fairy of Paradise. Who's the Fairy of Paradise? Exactly what it sounds like. A fairy who came from paradise. Don't worry, it'll all make sense soon. Well, she's right on that. An apology meant for the Fairy of Paradise. Come to think of it, why did the Rain clan die out? Was it Moors? Northern fairies? Nope. The Wind, Earth, Fang, and Wind clans all joined forces to wipe them out in one night. That checks out. An alliance between 4 clans. That will definitely be enough to wipe out a single clan. But I thought the clans all hated each other until Morgan united all of Britain. So how and why would that many disparate clans form an alliance like that? Good question. It's hard to imagine that happening unless they all hated the Rain clan more. As a strong common enemy and all. Were the other clans just that afraid of the Rain clan? Were they just that powerful? Not at all. The Rain clan was a quiet, peaceful clan, just like the Mirror clan. The whole reason they took up residence here in the north was out of a desire not to fight the clans in the south. So they didn't want to fight and they still went out of their way to kill them. Fun. Then why? Because they helped the Fairy of Paradise. Huh? They took pity on her when she washed up here from Paradise and raised her as their princess, like she was one of their own. The other clans, well, they didn't like that at all. So they were just trying to grill? The other clans, well, didn't like that at all. They were all, no way we're letting her go on her pilgrimage. All those traitors need to die for this. Traitors? Sorry, no more chit-chat for now. We've got someone here to welcome us to Orkney. Oh, come on! Woof. Oh, wow, what a beautiful wolf. And its fur looks so warm. Yeah, there's almost something godly about it. Wait, it actually has real divinity? But there's no gods in Britain. Does that mean there's a divine spirit somewhere nearby? Yeah, it's cool. It's heading off that way. Do you think it wants us to follow it? Yup. There's a little boat up ahead I used myself a long time ago. We can take it up to Orkney. Don't worry, it's only a 30-minute ride, and once we get there, my adventure will be over. Hmm. Orkney. No problem, we'll use Kiwawa. We'll use alter ego Kiwawa. No. It looks like the white wolves headed toward a campfire. Yeah, and there's another wolf already there along with... Hey there you are, Freaky. Want some of these fish mooning caught? Hey! Not actually cool. It wasn't actually cool, it was actually just one of his wolves. That's a servant, Lauren. This means there's been another proper human history servant besides Oberon here? No, wait. I recognize that robe. Cool. Hey, Lara, about time you got here. I was beginning to think you'd never show up. Cool. Cool? Whoa there, mind not calling me that? It really drags this Spirit Origins output down. Round here, I've gone by Grim for a long time now. Don't forget it. Grim? Come to think of it, I do remember there being an old fairy by that name in Europe, but... Was that also another name for the Norse Allfather? What, you didn't tell them about me, Havatron? Not even after I bailed you out in Sheffield? Yep. Havetrot is Totorot. So Havetrot is a fake name. Yikes, there was so much happening back then that I didn't realize at the time, but you've really gotten old, Grim. What are you talking about? I'm as young as I ever was. I don't know what my predecessor was like, but I'm the second generation. Sorry to disappoint. Man, I had no idea time could be so brutal. Tonericos dropped dead in shock if she saw you now. You're Grimder's age, cool? How's that work? Sure, I'll be glad to fill you in. Not like this is our first time meeting, is it? But first, I've gotta see if the Child of Prophecy there is the real deal or not. Random fight! Thanks, game. Damn, this guy means business. Is it right if we fight back, Lauren? Just another of the endless tests of skill, I think. Got it. It seems this man's much less nice than your usual acquaintances, Lauren. I don't know why, but something about this guy really rubs me the wrong way. Come on, let's get him. Well, in the prologue he did inscribe a rune on Olga Marie, leading to like 5 battles with no dialogue. Man. Ah, one of those. One of those. Soaka, soaka.
それでは皆々さんもちろん喜んで
喜んで。
最後も下脱も我が指一つで随分
いくつつけは殺生。
アギトのごとき天井落
阿弥陀弥陀は Heaven's Hall。にゃんにゃん。
まあもう
Ay, cosita. He wants to use evade.
それではみんないたで捉えましたね。ようこそ私の中たまりません。アビダアギディヘブンズホー
Kiara good. Kiwawa good.
どうです絞り取ります。
Okay, how hard is he going to hit? Being a caster, I assume he won't hit as hard. Ow! Okay, I think he actually killed me. Well, actually no. That's alright. I forgot how much better the updated animation is. Yorokonde.
渦を巻くのは万色幽体上部母体の快楽地
さあ始まるから帰りなさい。ああ私が広がっていく。
こうです陽動
There we go. Easy. So the child of prophecy likes to gang up on heroic spirits she's never met before, huh? Alright, I see how it is. I have nothing to say to a kid who can't even be civil. Go out. Go on, get out of here. But you were the one who said to bring it on. Isn't that right, Laran? Hell, you were the one who said we should fight him. I don't remember saying anything like that. Huh, seriously? Now you're starting to sound like Oberon. Retract that. Take that back. Yup, that's Grim, alright. He might be all grown up now, but he's still mean as ever. Alright, Grim, tell us what's going on here. How long you've been back in Britain? How long have you been back? That sounds like... Cool. I mean, Grim, this wouldn't happen to be your second time being summoned here, would it? If so, will the first time be long back in the Fae era and the second time be, well, now? Comparing me lady to Oberon is treason. It's technically not treason, it's lèse majesté. That is the crime of lèse majesté. Oh, we've got a clever one here, huh? Guess you'd have to be, since you already saved humanity once. Anyway, I think that's enough joking for now. Now that I've crossed the staffs with you, I can tell for sure that you're the child of prophecy, the fairy of paradise. Allow me to introduce myself again. I'm Grim the Sage. My true name is Kuhulan. I'm a heroic spirit from proper human history. 6,000 years ago, I was summoned here as the divine spirit of Odin. This time around, I've been standing guard here day and night for the last year on Odin's behalf. Hmm. Ah, my nose and my throat itch. It is probably allergies. A divine spirit? So then this is one of those god beings you told me about, Laren? But he's so affable. He's not the least bit majestic. Ugh. That's about the reaction I was going for. You're a lot more amiable than I expected. You're right. I'm not at all majestic. I might be here as Odin's proxy, but I'm still just another heroic spirit like that old man over there. So how about you just call me Grim, you know? Like a friendly older brother sort. Ha! Older brother? If you're here as a divine spirit's proxy, then you're just as much of an old man on the inside as I am. No way! I'm young in mind and body! Know why? 'Cause I beat it before I got old. I wonder why those two get along so poorly. I bet a whole fate thing. There it is. They said the thing. It's a whole fate thing. An actual fate thing. But never mind that. I've got some explaining to do first, don't I? Unfortunately, my role here is more than a little complicated. So I think I'll start by clearing that stuff up. Listen up, Laren. You too, child of prophecy. First of my relation to Chaldea. I'm the same heroic spirit you formed a contract with in Fuyuki. So this is Fuyuki-ku. Holy shit, that's a throwback. Yeah, I did get reset when I went back to the Throne of Heroes. But I retained my records of you, Olga Marie, and King Arthur, who's still holding her ground here. Oh. I see. You're talking about Singularity F, or Singularity X as Chaldea defined it. The one that took place in Fuyuki in 2004. I've seen the data on that incident too. And I'm pretty sure any servant that's been dismissed will never bring any records back with them. You can thank my divine spirit for stepping in on that. Hell, in my case, you could even call it the counterforce. The god who gave me this authority explicitly said he wanted me to watch out for you guys from Chaldea. Oh. He's also the god of magecraft and wisdom, see? And apparently he looked into the future and saw we needed to do something here before things got real bad. By here, he meant Fuyuki and Britain, and by do something, he meant... Well, it seems to come down to, in a word, recovery. See, these gods had his eye on this lost belt for a hell of a long time. A multidimensional eye, specifically. He first summoned me here 6,000 years ago to aid the fairy of paradise. That was the first Grim the Sage. He was a pseudo-servant possessing a local fairy's body. Oh, that explains some stuff. I remember, he was about 14 years old and he had a sword instead of a staff. Did he now? Well, ain't that something? What kind of kid was he? He was a real brat, always getting into trouble. Tonelico leaned on him a lot though. ¿Se tanta? Okay, by the reaction, by Habetrot's reaction, she recognized Grimmer, even though he is looking like an adult now. But she says that if he's 14, maybe it was 70? Shotaku? It's gotta be. So you and I used to be battle buddies. That's good to hear. Yup, after we parted ways with Tonelico, the two of us talked a lot. You made that magic powder for me and came up with a plan, then disappeared during the Great Calamity, right? Yup, the previous Grim disappeared either because Tonelico revoked his contract or because she killed the Tree of Emptiness. But before he disappeared, Odin left some insurance in the form of a countermeasure to be implemented if this law spell swap places with reality. Makes sense to me, little shite goblin. He knew that once humanity's everybody dies ending, the incineration of humanity had been resolved, there'd be no avoiding the bad ending. The reconstruction of humanity. All the necessary conditions were in place. So he figured the least he could do was handle the issue here to take some of the load off Chaldea. And I'm the pseudo-servant he chose to help resolve that. In the first phase, he conferred his authority upon me, making me a caster. Then I showed up at Point X, Fuyuki, and formed a bond with Chaldea. After that, he sent me here to Britain, where humanity would be in real dire straits if someone didn't step in. Though I had no idea about Grim the Sage before I got here. The only thing I inherited was my duty as a divine spirit of proper human history. So, the War of Winter was the great calamity that should have ended the Lost Belt and destroyed everything. I didn't know the first thing about this place. I was in the same boat as Lara and Bonnie in that regard. So after I was summoned here, I spent a year investigating what had happened in the era of the High Queen. I learned about the calamities, the clans, Morgan, the Fae Knight, the transition from the Fae era to the era of the High Queen. And once I saw that in the bell tower here, I put most of the pieces together. I knew then that my job was to wait for you guys here. To ensure that the pilgrimage succeeded, and to get the Fairy of Paradise back to paradise. So, what does that mean exactly? Don't overthink it, it's just like Fuyuki. From here on, I'm gonna accompany you on your journey. I'll act as one of your servants and all that. Yay! In exchange, I'm gonna do whatever it takes to fulfill Ainzo's prophecy. The promise Tonelico couldn't keep. I guess Kid Me was too soft to get the job done, but that's the job Grim the Sage is here to do. Yep, it was 70. It's an awfully roundabout way of summoning a servant to help, but I'm glad to have you on board, Grim. First off, we'd love to hear what you know about the Fae era and the era of the High Queen, but before that... You don't gotta tell me, you're here looking for the shield girl, right? You're more worried about your trusted partner's safety than about fixing humanity. I know it's not very sagely, but personally, I couldn't agree more with that stance. Besides, I'm sure she knows way more about the Fae era than I do, so you may as well hear it from her instead. Are you sure about this? Hey, our goals are basically the same. All you gotta do is help me with mine. So you know where Mash is, then does that mean... Yup, she's by the Bell of Pilgrimage. See that broken down castle over there? The bell tower's right at the top. There she is. Well, that makes this simple. Come on, Lauren, let's go get her. Unfortunately, it's not that simple. We got some real nasty things to get past between here and there. They look like the kind of ghosts you'd see wandering around in foggy woods, but they're all way tougher than you think. We've still gotta get past them, of course, but don't go thinking they're weak just cause they're ghosts. In fact, if things go wrong, you might find these creatures much harder to fight than any other enemy you've faced so far. More pointless fighting. You know what? I'm gonna go a little... I'm gonna try something different here. Just for a bit. Let's see, where is she? Where is she? I remember seeing one with... There she is. I don't have quick support, but... That's Daijobu. We gotta support, kinda. Twice Spaceman, huh? Hi. Where is it? Where is it? Oh, there it is. Should be sleeping, but I'm gonna finish this chapter. And hopefully continue well into chapter 20. And then do my Nike dailies. Oh, it's Ayo. It's more than one. That's fine. That's fine. And there's no music. Interesting. I'm so gonna roll for her on New Year's. Holy! That's a lot of damage. That's a lot of damage. Hey. Yeah. Another one of these. Hi, hi. You know what? Maybe we can go with... Maybe we can keep going with Morgan. Those ghosts, they were... Don't be hasty. The bell tower is not going anywhere. We need to take it nice and slow through this fog if we are gonna stick together. Hey, Grim, we've covered enough ground by now that we ought to be at the bell tower. Hell, we just went up a big staircase a little while ago, so why are these things... What can I say? This stuff happens. Druids aren't usually the ones to commune with the dead, but what the hell. They're asking you if you're qualified. Looks like they really don't want you going on ahead. What do you say, Laran? Wanna wait here until the fog clears up? No, I may not be qualified, but I'm going on ahead anyway. Me this Sunday. You heard the lady, gents. We appreciate your warning, but you needn't have bothered. What are you guys still doing here anyway? Souls are supposed to reincarnate. Here? Here, how about we help speed that along? Actually, I'm gonna Google something real quick. Give me a sec. I can only find the no phone allowed. I need a phone allowed one. You could white it out? Maybe. Well, they look familiar. They certainly do. Maybe later. It's just some dumb idea I had. Don't worry. Ah, of course. They're Knights of the Round Table. Morgan is gonna nuke them out of orbit. This is gonna be so good. I did find one, but it's a Spurdos part. Yeah, that's the one I found too. Yokuimashita. Almost 1,700,000. That's my wife. And we got more void cocaine for that. Nah, we can keep going. We're gonna keep going. We made it to the top. There's the bell tower, just like Grimm said. And over there... Mash! They crystallized her. Is she sealed in ice? That's right. She's been in this coffin for the past 2400 years, since Fae Era 400. 2400 years? Why? Your guess is as good as mine. You'll have to ask her about that yourself. But according to the notes the first Grimm left, the coffin spell should be lifted once her master touches it. You made it. You two are finally reunited. However... more pointless fighting. It looks like there's still one last obstacle left to overcome. You won't be able to get near the coffin or the bell unless we do something about those things. So if we'd figured this out sooner, we could have had a three-way with Mash and Mash. Well, that's a missed opportunity. Indeed. Giving her Altoria, you're the only one who can beat them. Are you okay with this, Havetrot? Even though they're calling your name? They're specifically calling for Havetrot? I'm fine. You're just hearing things. Go on, Artoria, get them. This terrace below... Beloved? Shouldn't be belonged? Or was beloved? Or is beloved? This terrace beloved by a group of gentle, peaceful fairies is Orkney's holiest place. The ancient era these spirits belong to is long over. It's time they left. This is correct? Oh, okay. ESL again. Nah. Oh, come on! No fun allowed, huh? Okay, Merlin again. Where's Merlin? Beloved by a group of gentle, peaceful fairies basically functions as an adjective. It's a weird sentence structure, hard to explain, but it's valid. Okay. Well, at least this one is 10, 10, 10. Morugan? My queen? I'm gonna put Arjuna here just in case. Arjona. Sure, hopefully this should be enough. Tsui, it's hot. Knight of Londinium. Savior, okay, that's clearly Castoria's Shadow Servant version. Or rather, this should be Tonelico's Shadow. And Knight of Londinium, that should be Author, right? The Hindu heroes actually got powered down for fate, unlike basically everyone else. Indian gods are way too OP. Oh, so maybe the human knight author actually kinda look like Arthur? Hmm.
この辺りいじった方がいいんじゃないか。
あまり悩ませないで試してみる。
何事もやればできるさ。
白兵長、行きます。
Deploying nuke!
暗き湖よ、よく言いました。いい判断です。それは絶えず見た滅びの最果てにありながらトリバースロードキャメ
He's not standing for the Black Knight? I don't think he is. I think this is specifically Knight of Londinium slash author.
そうか。わかった。
Ah! Oh, okay, I have invincible, never mind. Wow, Arthur, fuck you. Kariba!
このような
退散退散。
Ah, we're fine, we're fine.
白兵戦行きます。
Thank you. Game. Well, that's a rough start. Ah, we'll be fine. No, fuck. Never mind. Ah, we can still do it. Don't worry, don't worry.
いい目をよく言いました。モルゴー魔女ですもの。召し上げましょう。多くのですか。
We'll be fine.
宝具を展開しましょう。
Hmm.
目に映るもの。目を背けないで。それは絶えず見た滅びの最果てにありながらトリバース
Ah.
ロードキャメ
See? It's fine. Nothing happened.
裁かなければならない。
It'll be fine. Hey, good job, wifey. Trust me, it was way worse back in JP. My account didn't have these commodities, and we were mostly going in blind on what we had to do. Wasn't that... You did good, Artoria. I think you've both come to terms with things now. Once you ring the bell, Orkney's role will be over. But first things first. Go ahead and touch the coffin, Laren. Once you do, she'll be back to normal. Liquid is split. Approaching slowly. Oh, cutscene. You should fight con Ponchet. Ponchet? I don't think I can. Maju! I slapped together a PNG of the robot holding phone aloud with the chatbot clap. Will the chatbot clap me for sending catbox link? The phone aloud one, we're gonna need it for later. So send it my way on Discord and I'll get it. Don't worry, Solaris. It's just a little idea I had for this is for part 3. So don't worry. I don't need it right away. So send it through Discord. Why? This was supposed to be the greatest day in Britain's history. Everything was supposed to change for the better. But they killed Arthur. They slaughtered my entire round table. Like they were just trash. They asked the world of us. They thought the world of Arthur. But now, they've poisoned him. They were too afraid to even face him. Cowards. Arthur, talk to me. Arthur, say something. Please say anything. Just open your eyes. I never let failure stop me. I've kept trying all these thousands of years. I do hope we're going to cover why this keeps happening at some point. Don't worry, we'll get there, Turtleman. We'll get there. I never let failure stop me. I've kept trying all these thousands of years. Am I doomed to fail here too? Is it still not enough? Am I not enough? Is it not... Can I not save Britain? Is there no Britain that can be mine? Ah! Peace. Equality. I never should have tried for either. How dare they? How dare they? I will never forgive them. Ever. I was born in this Britain over 3,000 years ago. I've defeated every calamity I've faced until today. But I was always hated afterward, never praised, never loved. Then, one day after I awoke from the latest of so many hibernations I've been forced to undergo to hide from the fairies, I finally understood. My enemy wasn't just the calamities, it was the fairies of Britain as well. They were pure and innocent in the true... Then one day after I woke from the latest of so many hibernations I'd been forced to undergo to hide from the fairies, I finally understood. My enemy wasn't just the calamities, it was the fairies of Britain as well. They were pure and innocent in the truest sense. They enjoyed both good and evil things alike without losing either that purity or innocence. So genocide isn't just an unfortunate consequence, it's actually been the plan for 2,000 years. Well, that's unfortunate. It's not quite that. It's not that, Turtleman. But again, read the latest text here. Going over again. I finally understood. My enemy wasn't just the calamities, it was the fairies of Britain as well. They were pure and innocent in the truest sense. They enjoyed both good and evil things alike without losing either that purity or innocence. They are, at their core, no different than those loathsome humans who drove me from Britain. So I crushed every possible source of malice. Vested interests, discrimination, oppression, envy, mockery, all of it. I tore up every whit to prevent malice from taking root, and all with their knowledge and consent. Maybe not every fairy agreed, but by and large, they understood what I did would create a better future and supported it. But just enough malice remained. A few fairies took one look at the foundation of peace so many had worked so hard to build, and tore it apart because they didn't like it, because they could. And Tonelico actually losing her sanity here. I give up. Even if all this has failed, I give up. Even if all this has failed, if it's all come to nothing, then I can never believe in people's so-called goodness, or never nor ever understand it. Even if I did, what would be the point? Everything I did, everything I worked for was just a waste of time. After all the times they betrayed me, I should have known better, but I still clung foolishly to a sliver of hope. And now, because I waste my time caring about something so utterly absurd, I failed yet again. If my intent is to keep Britain alive, if that's what I want, then I was a fool to think being its savior was the way to accomplish it. No more. I will find another way, a better way. That's it. I won't deliver the fairy's absolution. I won't deliver salvation. Enough of this fairy of paradise, of being avalonlefae. I should have ruled this land from the start. There she is! It's Tonelico the agitator! Capture her alive! The clan heads have ordered that she be made to stand trial. Wait, stop! I'm not Tonelico, I'm not! But wait, who am I? Who am I? I heard a fairy screaming in the distance. She wasn't me. She was the one who sold us out to the clan heads. I used my magecraft to erase her memories and make her look like me. Once again, everyone will believe Tonelico the Savior is dead. This time, she won't come back. Why concern myself with the calamities? I can't be bothered to stop every little act of destruction. I have a more important task to focus on in 400 years before the next great calamity arrives. At the Tree of Emptiness, a needle made on a foreign planet to close the seam in the universe. I already know how it works. It's beautifully designed, but that is of no consequence to me. Take the rest of the universe for all I care, Celestial Sphere, but Britain is mine. I'm going to end this cosmic fantasy and make my own dream come true. No more of this Lost Belt what-if absurdity. I will make my Britain real, even if I must stitch it to the fabric of this planet myself. Londinium is destroyed. The Savior has no doubt been executed in Salisbury by now. Hector has already gone his own way. It is only us heading to Orkney. You were right all along, Mash. Our whole pilgrimage was for nothing. What? No, that's not... Please don't look so sad. I've grown used to this. Besides, everything, all of this, even the conversation we're having now, is merely a hypothetical the Tree of Emptiness is creating. It doesn't matter what we do, the Fae era is going to end, and the era of the High Queen will begin. Tonelico's failure was probably inevitable. I just couldn't handle the way things ended, that's all. Tonelico. Londinium is destroyed, Tonelico is executed, and the first Fae Knight goes to Orkney along with her coffin. That's how the Savior's tale ended in the era of the High Queen you came from. So we need to make sure that's exactly how things turn out, or there'll be paradoxes when you wake up. The Fae era will last for 400 more years. Then it's 12,000 years. Then in the 12,000th year, the next great calamity will destroy everything, and the era of the High Queen will begin without the Tree of Emptiness. Once the era of the High Queen begins, You will be unable to act as Mash until after the calamity of Norwich in 2019. If you do anything at all as Mash, the world will see you as a paradox from the Fae era and erase you. So there you have it, Turtle Man. We couldn't have a three-way with double Mash, because if we got her before the first calamity, she would basically disappear. I see. So the moment I was sent into the Fae era with the water mirror, I was bound to live out the rest of my life in it. And to get back to the time I came from, I need to be inside a quantum coffin. It's because basically Mash is not Mash in the Fae era. Mash is the first time Lin. Her name isn't recorded as Mash. Her name isn't recorded as Mash in the Fae era. It's simply as the first Fae Knight. She did it as the first knight, not as Mash. That's why she can return. Basically, she can only go back to use Mash name or do stuff as Mash after we solve the first calamity and wake her here. And to get back to the time I came from, I need to be inside a quantum coffin. That's right. Even though we know how ray shifting works, we can't travel through space-time without a coffin. That is probably exactly why Morgan only sends calamities back in time to the Fae era. The Fae era can tolerate a few inconsistencies. As long as the era of the High Queen remains intact, nothing else matters to her. I doubt she cares at all about the suffering the calamities she sends back to the Fae era will cause. Besides, to be perfectly honest, I knew how this was going to turn out. Even if you had never come from the future to make it clear, I've always known the Savior will fail. Huh? So you already knew that the Fae era would end and the era of the High Queen will follow it? No, that part I did not know. But by the year you came from AD 2019 or 1419 in Fae era terms, Britain would already be destroyed. So basically, when Arthur was killed and the Round Table was killed and Tonelico was betrayed, and 400 years after that, the Lost Belt would have been destroyed, because the Great Calamity then would have killed all the fairies. And okay, I'm not gonna go ahead because that's a bit of a spoiler, so that will be cleared later on. That's what happened in the first Lost Belt Britain, the real one. So let's reread here. Cliff's notes. No, that part I did not know, but by the year you came from, AD 2019 or 14,019 in Fae era terms, Britain would already be destroyed. That's what happened in the first Lost Belt Britain, the real one. But I didn't like that, so I came to the Fae era from the future, like you. From my perspective, this has always been the second version of this world. Though now that you're here, I suppose you could call it the third. Or maybe it's just a slightly different take on the second, since we kept the basic chain of events the same. So she came... So Tonelico comes from the future too, huh? My brain itches. It's a lot to take on, I know, Turtleman. This does need a little bit of studying to finally grasp how it is. So Tonelico's also from the future, but she knew that Britain would be destroyed by 2019, Lost Belt Britain, so she went back in time to the Fae era to change it. Huh. So Tonelico is from the future too, it seems. Can I ask you something? Does that mean your real name is... Oh, good. It looks like Totoro found us a small boat. Come on, let's go, Mash. Oh. Can I ask you something? Can I ask you something? Does that mean... Can I ask you something? Does that mean your real name is... Oh, she cut her off. She cut her off. She was going to say it. Oh, good. It looks like Totoro found us a small boat. Come on, let's go, Mash. That is Galahad, the first of the Tamlin. That is Galahad, the first of the Fey Knight. That is your name now that you are going into the coffin. So her real name, Toneliko's real name is Morgan. Have you said your goodbyes to Totoro? I see, so she made a promise to you. I think I'd better explain something to you, Galahad. When the Fey era transitions into the era of the High Queen, all the information that was added in this new second version of the world will be erased. Is it though? She cut her off. Can I ask you something? Does that mean your real name is... Oh good, it looks like... She cut her off. I was going to ask it. When the Fey era transitions into the era of the High Queen, all the information that was added in this new second version of the world will be erased. Don't you remember, like, what Toneliko said? Let me see if I can. Don't you remember what Morgan always says when she has an audience with her officials and stuff? I won't deliver absolution, I won't deliver salvation. This is what Morgan always says in every audience. When the Fey era transitions into the era of the High Queen, all the information that was added in this new second version of the world will be erased. The era of the High Queen will be a continuation of the events from the original second version. The first and new second versions will never have existed. Her real name is Morgan, that's why she went as Toneliko. Because if she were recorded as Morgan the Savior in the Fey era, she would disappear in the High Queen era. That's why Mash goes as Galahad in the Fey era, and that's why Morgan goes as Toneliko in the Fey era. So they don't disappear when they transition into the High Queen era. Her real name is Morgan. Toneliko is just her. It's a fake name. And remember that Totoro said that Toneliko was a fake name. The era of the High Queen will be a continuation of the events from the original second version. Okay, let's process this. The era of the High Queen will be a continuation of the events from the original second version. The first and new second versions will never have existed. The only thing that will carry over is you, sleeping in this coffin. In 400 years, when the era of the High Queen has begun, I don't think even I will remember you. No, her real name is Morgan. Her real name is Morgan. Her real name is Morgan. I understand that. I'm saying that I don't think her real name is Morgan or Toneliko. In 400 years, when the era of the High Queen has begun, I don't think even I will remember you. So yeah, Morgan, that checks out. Morgan doesn't remember Mash. More precisely, I will become the second version of myself once again. So if a fairy were to try and bring memories from this new second version into the era of the High Queen, then the world would perceive that fairy as a foreign element, a being who was never part of the second version's Fae era. So if a fairy were to try and bring memories from this new second version into the era of the High Queen, then the world would perceive that fairy as a foreign element, a being who was never part of the second version's Fae era. You mean it'll be as though she never existed in this history? I'll do my best to prevent that from happening. As long as no one perceives the contradiction in history, she should still be able to exist. So if a fairy were to try and bring memories from this new second version into the era of the High Queen, then the world would perceive that fairy as a foreign element, a being who was never part of the second version's Fae era. I mean, as long as no one perceives the contradiction in history, she should still be able to exist. It's no trouble. I already intended to have you forget everything I'm about to tell you for as long as you remain in Britain anyway. Listen to me closely, Galahad. What I'm about to tell you now is for after you wake up from your slumber. If you and Caldia should succeed at exercising Morgan's Fairy Britain, then the battle that awaits you in the next Lost Belt will be the same as the one I face. It will be a battle to make peace with your own heart, a battle to understand life itself. As good as your reasons to fight have been, you've lacked the will to do so. You may not have been aware of it, but you've been thinking of the power to hurt others, to hurt the world, as something bad. Consequently, you've been running from it. But everyone has the ability to cause harm, and the responsibility that comes with it. It isn't that humans want to do good, they just keep choosing things that they think will give them the best possible future. And there's no right answer in those choices, no matter how many people they may end up saving. Since there are no right answers, you must decide for yourself what to protect. And what you will fight against, Galahad. You will come to know many hearts and minds, and all will be different. Some will try to understand, some will refuse to give up. Some will be accepting, some will refuse to succumb to hate. Some will try to shake hurt off, some will refuse to be corrupted or influenced. But no matter how wonderful a person may be, they will never have a heart free of conflict. Every heart has its battles to fight. Please try to stop running from that. Because when the hole in your heart is filled with a reason to fight that's all your own, then Galahad will once again entrust you with all of his power. No heart is free of conflict, no matter what sort of person you are. That's right. You'll probably have forgotten this by the time you wake, but when the time comes, I will make sure you remember. Though even I can't say whether you'll become someone different like I did, or if you'll remain yourself as you continue to grow. This is goodbye. Oh, one final thing. You should know that even if you should meet me after you wake up, I won't know you. I may think of the coffin I left here after you are caught up in the water mirror in Norwich. I may even realize what it all means. But I'm quite sure that the me you meet then will no longer be Tonelico. thank you so much for everything, Tonelico. Even if you knew how things were going to turn out, I still think your journey did the name Savior justice. Well, sure, we gave it all we had, didn't we? Farewell, brave knight of the future. In light of your achievements, I'll let you in on a secret. Tonelico the Savior isn't my real name. My adoptive mother gave it to me after Orkney was destroyed. My true name is Morgan. There it is. There you have it, chat. I'm avalonlefae, the fairy of paradise who washed up here from the planet's inner sea to save Britain. I'm also King Arthur's archenemy, the witch who destroyed all of Britain in proper human history. That is the name of the Lost Belt's king who awaits you in the distant future, the one Chaldea must defeat. The ice. It's breaking. There you have it, chat. Confirmation. It was Morgan. And soon, Toodleman, not that soon, you'll see why Morgan kept failing to save Britain. You'll see why. Or rather, you saw a glimpse of it. Cutscene. Every time she was close to save Britain, the fairies backstabbed her. That's what she said. I'm gonna save the land, but not the fairies. I won't deliver absolution, and I won't deliver salvation. Mash! Whoa, I got you, Mash! Is this Orkney? Left boot poking a little bit, pointing that CG. We'll wait to make armor. I think I was just told something very important. Are you awake now? Senpai? Yeah, it's me. Welcome back, Mash. For good this time. Mash! Right, I'm back, Senpai. I've been on a very, very long journey. There are so many things I want to tell you. There's Sheffield, the Fae era, and Tonelico the Savior, the one who sent me back here. Mash! Nice CG. And so, at long last, she and Laramboni were reunited. Finally freed from the coffin, she took her in her arms and held her tight. They embraced warmly, but quietly, each treasuring the other's presence. Upon seeing this heartwarming and eye-searing sight, I found myself letting out a sigh of relief and disappointment. The mage from the world of humans. A young woman upon whom others placed a crushing burden, regardless of how she felt about it. Sure, she isn't perfect. She lied, obfuscated, and made plenty of mistakes. But it was also abundantly clear that she was doing her best to hide her dissatisfaction, no matter how much she tried to cover it up. That's why I couldn't help but come with her all this way. But now I can see she has a true friend, one she really cares about. That's great. It makes sense, really. She would never have made it this far if she hadn't put her trust in others. Of course I should have known that she and I were nothing alike. I thought Habetrot was narrating there, but it seems it wasn't. That's everything I experienced here in Britain. To sum it up, there have been 2 iterations of the Fae eras. Tonelico the Savior has been alive for 6,000 years, and she's also actually Queen Morgan. And while Tonelico wasn't capable of it as Queen Morgan, she's able to ray-shift things. Finally, Tonelico also referred to herself as the Fairy of Paradise. Does any of that help? Definitely. If nothing else, now I have a pretty good idea as to how the era of High Queen, that is, the current era of Fae Britain, came about. You do? I didn't get it at all. My only thought after hearing all that was, I guess Japan ain't the only island nation whose people had nothing better to do than fight each other. It's everywhere, Muramasa. Believe me, that's got nothing to do with being islands. It's pretty much the same in Europe. Wherever there are territorial, religious, and/or class differences, you're going to get war. You misunderstood. She wasn't going to forget it. It's Tonelico the one that's not going to remember it. Mash, she did remember it. You misunderstood, Turtleman. That said, since an island nation obviously doesn't have to worry about invaders as much thanks to its lack of adjoining land, that warfare does inevitably end up being waged among its own people. Oh, that makes more sense. I'm zippy. But even so, there's something off about this Britain. Sure, it's had more than its share of problems, like the lack of land, lack of humans, and a different ethnic group taking up residence in the form of the Northern Fairies. But even so, they should have been able to put aside their differences and come together as a nation sooner. And yet, it sounds like there was no end of war all during the Fae era, no matter how many times the Savior smoothed things over. Do you know what the cause of that constant discord was, Lauren? The Fairy of Paradise? That's right, the Fairy of Paradise, avalonlefae. In addition to the class turf war, their main dispute was what to do about her. Their opinions were split right down the middle. But before we get into that, I think we'd better clear up what exactly the Fairy of Paradise is. Isn't that right, Artoria? Go on then. It's about time you told them the duty you have known about since... No, the duty you were given when you were born. Easy, Grim. You don't have to be that hard on her. You mean I didn't tell you already? That's weird. Guess it slipped my mind, haha. Okay, I can tell you now then. It's not like it's any big secret after all. As you can probably guess from the name, the Fairy of Paradise is a fairy that was sent here from Avalon, the planet's inner sea. The duty part though, that's a little vague. When I was born, I heard a voice telling me, venture into Britain and right its wrongs. That's it, that's all I got. I think it must have been the same for my predecessor, the Fairy of the Lake. Apparently, the Fairy of Paradise is a star seed that washed up on Earth's surface from paradise. If she's lucky enough to take root on the surface, then she becomes an infant of sorts. Ah! And keeps growing like a human till she reaches her mature form. Most fairies seem to either love her or hate her for that. Tonelico, I mean Morgan, must have been a starseed when she washed up in Orkney all those years ago. The Rain Clan's leader then raised her as her daughter, which ultimately led to Orkney being destroyed. In my case, I'm guessing I first washed up in the lake. I'm guessing I first washed up in the lake district, after which the Mirror Clan leader threw me out to sea. It was probably sheer luck that the fairies of Tintagel found and rescued me. So the clan saw the Fairy of Paradise as their enemy? Well, yes, but not all of them. If nothing else, the head of the Rain Clan raised Morgan like she was her own daughter. Though that also led to the other clans putting aside their differences just to wipe them out. It's the upper class fairies with the most prominent bloodlines who most hate and fear the Fairy of Paradise. And that's because she wasn't born in Britain? That's right, the Fairy of Paradise may be a fairy, but she's not a British fairy. As far as the clans are concerned, both Morgan and Artoria are invaders from a foreign land. Well, more specifically, they see them as the Owl's right for heirs. The Rain Clan heard the voice of Paradise and decided to follow the Fairy of Paradise. They believed Morgan was truly meant to be the Isle's king. For them, the pilgrimage was probably a ritual meant to return Britain to its rightful king. But the other clans, Wind, Earth, Fang, and Wing, refused to accept that. Instead, they all banded together to destroy the Rain Clan and their hometown of Orkney. Right, that's the fall of Orkney that took place in Fae Era 4000. But the Fairy of Paradise survived that attack and began a journey to save Britain under the name Tonelico. Yup, that was probably the key point. How do you mean? Let's go over the whole timeline briefly to make sure we're on the same page. Hey! Cliff's Notes. I hope you don't mind, Artoria, but it'll make things easier for us if we use the BC method of counting. 12,000 BC, the British Lost Belt, a world comprised solely of fairies, comes into existence. 11,000 BC, this is probably when the first great calamity struck. 6,000 BC, Britain's landmass grows out as far as what we call Scotland. The southern fairies encounter the northern fairies, who had been living off the woods formed on Albion's remains, and the War of Spring begins. After the war, the Rain Clan and Mirror Clan built their own kingdoms where the war was fought. 4000 BC, the Fairy of Paradise washes up at Orkney, which is summarily destroyed by the Clan Alliance. 2000 BC, the Northern Fairies arrive on British soil once again from Ireland to the west. This leads to the War of Summer, which would have wiped out the clans if Tonelico hadn't stepped in to broker peace. The Northern Fairies are then welcomed into Britain as a new clan, the King Clan. 4000 BC. 400 BC, the War of Autumn. The Round Table, a group of humans and human sympathizers, begin an armed uprising in the name of peaceful coexistence. This leads to Arthur, a human knight, being recognized by the clans as the first king of Britain. But then in Londinium, on the day of Uther's coronation, a group of insurrectionists destroys the Round Table. Uther is poisoned, Tonelico is executed, and the Savior is never seen in Britain again. And finally we come to 1 BC. The year a great calamity wipes out most of the fairies in Britain and puts an end to the Fae era. That's a rough timeline of the major events of the Fae era based on all the information we have so far. Got all that, Toodleman? So, what's this key point you mentioned? What else? The point where the timeline diverges into a first and second version. In the first version, the original timeline, the Fairy of Paradise must have been killed in Orkney during the massacre in 4000 BC. I can understand. Okay, here comes more explanation. In the first version, the original timeline, the Fairy of Paradise must have been killed in Orkney during the massacre in 4000 BC. In that timeline, Britain experienced a number of catastrophes, and in 1 BC, it ultimately became a completely dead wasteland. There may have still been a few struggling survivors, but the land would never again gain the numbers it needed to flourish as a seed. I'd guess that for the next 2000 years or so, it became a vast wasteland where lower class fairies were just barely able to eke out a subsistence level existence, with nothing in the way of civilization. But if the Fairy of Paradise survives the attack in 4000 BC, then we get Fairy Britain we know now, huh? Gotcha. So she really is protecting Britain, at least technically. That's right. Over 90% of the fairy population was wiped out by the Great Calamity of 1 BC. That's when the death they incurred at Londinium finally caught up to them. It all happened on an unprecedented scale. Basically, because they killed the Round Table Army and in the original time that they killed Tonelico at Londinium, there was no one to save them from the calamity that happened 400 years later. But because in the second version, where Morgan survives, Morgan actually avoids or stops the great calamity that would have wiped them out, and basically saves the lost belt and turns it into a singularity. Basically, the Londinium shenanigans was the death they incurred in, and it caught up to them 400 years later. It all happened on an unprecedented scale. There was the calamity of the beast, which devoured the fairies. So these are the calamities that destroyed them. Combined, they became the great calamity that wiped them out 400 years later. In the original timeline, there was the calamity of the beast, which devoured the fairies' cities, and the calamity of the flame, which razed everything to the ground. So those were the calamities. The beast. So those were the calamities that wiped the fairies out in 1 BC, 400 years later after they killed Tonelico. But because in the second version of the Fae era, where Tonelico knew what would happen and she survives, basically, remember, she basically set up that she was quote-unquote, she basically just put a dummy to be executed instead of her, basically because she survived that execution. That was the turning point. So she survived 400 years pass, and Morgan, Tonelico, or rather Morgan, she stops the calamity of the beast and the calamity of flame, and fairies survive. From that point on, it's the High Queen's era. So that's more or less how it goes. According to the first Grimm's notes, those are the two calamities that ended the British Lost Belt. However, we still don't know how she did it, but it was after that. We still don't know how she did it, but it was after that. All the We still don't know how she did it, but it was after that all went down that Morgan began a new era. She must have used a spell powerful enough to wither the whole damn tree of emptiness. That was when she stopped the British Lost Belt from ending there and revived it as Fairy Britain. Yup, when she did, the fairies who'd nearly been driven to extinction came back as their next generations. Yup, when she did, the fairies who'd nearly been driven to extinction came back as their next generation successors. Okay, so the calamity of flame and the calamity of the beast did happen, and they wiped out most of the fairies. And after that happened, Morgan restarted the. I guess Morgan put them under. Morgan put them under control, or rather, found a way to solve that, or to at least lessen the damage, and started her own era. And that allowed the fairies that died then to come back as their next generation, as Grimm says here. Like Da Vinci says here, we still don't know how she did it, but it was after that all went down that Morgan began a new era. That was when she used a spell to wither the Tree of Emptiness and turn the Lost Belt into a singularity. That was when she stopped the British Lost Belt from ending there and revived it as Fairy Britain. Yup, when she did, the fairies who'd nearly been driven to extinction came back as their next generation successors. And just a few months later, things were back to normal, with the clans at each other's throats again. That was when an invader appeared, one that had all the fairies quacking in their boots. She came from Orkney, Britain's long forgotten north, and storms came with her. That was when an invader appeared, one that had all the fairies quacking in their boots. She came from Orkney, Britain's long forgotten north, and storms came with her. She's the Storm Queen? Once again, the fairies banded together to try and kill her, but she was far stronger than all of them combined. And so, the invader dominated all of Britain's fairies herself, and built the castle of Camelot beside the pit as a sign of her dominance. Morgan. That invader was Morgan, and the war her invasion began was the War of Winter. That invader was Morgan, and the war her invasion began was the War of Winter. It's the event that ushered in the first year of the era of the High Queen, or 1 AD in proper human history. Oh, sorry. But so what? However she might have ended up there, Morgan's still a threat to proper human history and must be stopped. So as another fairy of paradise like her, you're the only one who can defeat her and return Britain to the way it should be. Basically, Morgan was supposed to save Britain, but she said, fuck it. Right, Alright, I guess so. Oh, what do you think, Mash? Do you want to fight Morgan? I did think of Tonelico, I mean Queen Morgan, as a friend. But I'm still willing to fight her. I promised Bogart, Rob, Wag, Winky, fuck Winky, and so many others that I will save the fairies of Britain. I will try talking to her first, of course. But if she won't listen and fighting is her only option, then I won't hold back. I may be Tonalico the Savior's friend, but I'm not one of Queen Morgan's knights. Right, of course. Man, she's so responsible. Are you done talking now? Then hurry up and ring the bell so we can get back to Britain already. I don't know about you guys, but I've had enough of this cold. Plus, the others are probably worried about us. Oh, right, Habitrot is here too, Mash. I hope Beryl did Beryl things to Winky before he finished him off. I'm sure he did. I'm sure Beryl did Beryl things. And Winky had it coming. Oh? That's right, Habitrot is here too, Mash. Oh, I'm sorry I didn't catch your name. Habitrot, was it? You must be one of the fairies who's been helping Seipan out on her journey here. It's a pleasure to meet you. Oh no, she forgot. Thanks, but you really don't have to be so formal. I'm just kind of along for the ride. Habitrot? What's there to say? This is how it is. I mean, when did I say she and I were friends, or even acquaintances? I'm just a guy, that's all. And now that my job's done, I can't go back to taking it easy. Huh? I mean, sure, you did just kind of show up out of nowhere. And even though you've been great about keeping Lara and Bonnie's spirits up, we never did learn much about you. Bonnie talking to the same height? Nah. I'm tall. I'm about as tall as Da Vinci. So, why do you do all this? And how do you already know Grimm? Oh, that? He and I met here a long time ago, right, Grimm? This was all part of your plan, wasn't it? Yeah, I guess so. I probably did plan all this. Nice job, Habitrot. Now everything's wrapped up nice and neat. See? I might just be a weak lower class fairy, but I'm worried about Fairy Britain too. Now go on and ring the bell, Child of Prophecy. Once you do that, you'll finally be on level ground with Morgan. Alright. I'm still not entirely sure what's going on, but I can't say no to those eyes. What is it, Toodleman? Song of Paradise, voice of the inner sea, you who were born to be selected to decide the fate of this land and to see justice done. Da Vinci-chan is 4.8. I'm 170 centimeters, okay? Da Vinci is 170 centimeters. The bell of the bones of Inception shall know you the way. The bells of the bones of Inception shall show you the way. Forgive us these sins. Ding, galing, daling, daling. I just called to say I lurk you. Lara and Lore. I'm 170 centimeters. I'm 170 centimeters. Da Vinci-chan is 144. Man, going back was way easier than getting there. Then I take it we're headed to Edinburgh next, like we discussed in Orkney? Yup, we're gonna go talk to Nognaria. Last time she wouldn't even give us the time of day. But now Arturia is the leader of the Round Table Army and she's rung 4 of the bells of pilgrimage. Between that and the fact that she and Nognaria are old friends, she should be more than willing to negotiate with us. Right, Arturia? Wait, are we at the Ashen Shore? Everything okay? Oh, I see. We already made it back. I guess I zoned out. So did the bell ring like it's supposed to? Am I any different now? Don't worry, the bell rang nice and loud and your spirit origin's definitely stronger. You know, every time they had to explain something and do that fade to black transition, I do gibberish flashback sounds. You might still be no match for Morgan, but no ordinary fairy stands a chance against you anymore. Yup, Nognaria shouldn't have any issue with forming an alliance with us now. So let's march right up to Edinburgh and get this anti-queen coalition underway. Yay! Or I just say explaining. An anti-queen coalition, huh? True, if Nognaria were willing to join us, we'd have enough of an army to give us a fighting chance. But Queen Morgan's been protecting Britain all on her own for 2,000 years, right? I honestly don't know if I can even look someone so amazing in the eye. I really hope I can do this. Hey! Bing! Yo, rank up! At the Lake EX. Removes debuffs, restores HP, increases attack, and applies sacrifice for the World Tree state. There's a typo over here. Applies gods one time and significantly MP gauge when gods is activated one time for yourself. And offer yourself as sacrifice. Damn. Typo! Okay, how long is... Oh, there's still a long one. Can we get going? Should we get going? Before we continue though. どここうか? 良い視界があったな. You don't have anything important to do, right? No, I just have classes at 7 a.m. But maybe if we can finish this quickly. Maybe. 私も入らないってやるさ。でも交換だね。いいよ。そういうのも。レアもだね。まったくて。あれがいいかな。それともあれがいいかな。どれも調査しだ。たっぷり悩んでくれたまえ。Again. Isn't it almost 2 a.m. for you? Yes, it is. And yes. And there's a say in it. レアポナでかさせて。これがいいかな。それともあれがいいかな。これでもよしまた。たっぷり悩んでくれたまえ。I still need to practice. まだ見ていく？私も張り合いがあるってものさ。So you have class in 5 hours. You don't even wake up in 5 hours. You need to be there in 5 hours. Yep. What can I say? I wanna keep reading. I wanna read. I'm a nerd. I'm a nerd that needs to read. Hot, 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 hot. So, be right back. You're a pretty naughty rabbit to even consider continuing right now. Well, the way I see it, I go to class and then when I just go back after I'm back from class and stuff. I can't argue with that. Just please don't die on us. Thralls turn to ash when their conjurer dies. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Maybe I can continue just for a little bit longer. So give me a second, I'm gonna go grab something to eat. I'm feeling kinda hungry and we'll continue reading. Hopefully this is not as long as it looks. Boy, I know I'm gonna regret this. Let's continue. Chapter 20, Edinburgh. Chocolate Empire. Oh, you're back. I may have to buy some more Nutella for our cooking stream. I'm eating this whole thing myself. We heard the dungeon servants screaming. Of course. I hear a bell ringing. I hear bones too. The harbor shall return to empty shore, but the calamity shall vanish into the distant sky. It's a signifier of the fairy's apology. The sound of a soul accepting its sins. I hear a bell ringing. I hear bones too. The harbor shall return to empty shore. But the calamity shall vanish into the distant sky. It's a signifier of the fairy's apology. The sound of a soul accepting its sins. The round fortress shall burn, and the bell of water shall appear. Once all of them have wrong. Confessed sinners shall make the acquittance of the guillotine. Confessed sinners shall make the acquittance of the guillotine. And as for the fairy of paradise... once all of them have wrong, confessed sinners shall make the acquittance of the guillotine. And as for the fairy of paradise, having fulfilled her role, the child of prophecy shall say farewell to her home. There she is. Yes. Yes, I offer fairies no salvation. I shall defend my land, nothing more. I will save the fairies. I will carry out the duty I've been given. With all the magical energy I have stored in this throne, I have nothing to fear from the great calamity. She's actually definitely looking a lot more like Morgan now. No, I don't know if you noticed that. She does look a lot more like Morgan now. Well, herself. With all the magical energy I have stored in this throne, I have nothing to fear from the great calamity. Furthermore, only a chosen fairy can sit this throne. That throne is the sign that my pilgrimage has ended. It's key to keeping Britain alive. Avalonlefae, the anchor of paradise. You are neither like you are neither like other fairies nor that foreign mage. You have been chosen. You are neither a rebel nor an invader. You are the staff of selection's chosen wielder. You and you alone have the right to bring me to justice. Fairy sent from paradise. Even should you fill oceans with the blood you shed in battle against me, you will be innocent of sin. I've been chosen. I'm not like the fairies of Britain, or my king of night self from proper human history. I'm neither a rebel nor an invader. No matter how many fairies I killed because of a war I begin, I will still be free of sin. If you wish to save Britain, you must defeat me and claim the throne for yourself. Go then, fulfill that absurd prophecy if you can. You should know better than anyone that you have no choice. That's right, defeating Morgan, the fairy of paradise who forsook her duty, is my only choice if I'm going to save Britain. But what happens afterwards? What happens after I do something I don't want to do? Something nobody wanted me to do? I'm a fairy of paradise too. Is there anywhere I can call home? Man, Artoria has had it rough. Hello everyone, you got back sooner than I expected. Look who's waiting for us in the middle of the road. Senpai Da Vinci? Who is that? And why does he look exactly like red hair? Because they didn't want to make another sprite for another fairy. Oh, that's Red Rabbit. He's a fairy from this lost belt and one of our trusty companions. Don't worry, he won't bite. Eee! I see. Nice to meet you, Red Rabbit. My name's Mash Kirilai. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. It's Red Rabbit. The pleasure's all mine, sweet lady. How deliciously polite of you. Hang on though, weren't you supposed to wait for us in Edinburgh? Yes, I was, but I'm not really one for staying put, you know. I thought I might run into you all sooner if I waited near the entrance to the Ashen Shore. So I just ran up on here. Alright then, hop into the wagon. I'll make sure your ride to the Queen's City of Edinburgh is as smooth as can be. That sounds great. I was I was just thinking I was sick of walking everywhere. That's the biggest downside of being summoned as a caster. Your legs get tired way too damn fast. One moment please. I don't believe we've met before. Oh, my name is Grim. I'm a friend of Lauren Bunny's. A friend of Lauren? Then does that mean you're also from Propeller Humming? Proper Human History? That's the one, Proper Human History. Thank you, Mash. Any girl as thoughtful as you is especially welcome to ride on my wagon. Let's not indulge him too much, okay? No, right. I'm still not sure what your relationships are to one another, but I'll do my best to be careful. Poor small brain Redra is trying his best. He is. So if you're both Laran's acquaintances from Proper Human History, Lord Muramasa, does that mean you and Lord Grimm are two horses of a mane, so to speak? Yes, they are. Huh? I guess we're in the same category. Technically? Why? Oh, it's nothing. My animal intuition tells me that the two of you are the best of friends. But I can't help but wonder which of you would win in a fight. Ah. Why, you gotta ask? Me, of course. Yeah, that's ridiculous. Ask any fool and even they can tell you Grim to be the clear winner. Exactly. Who gives a fig what a fool has to say? All right, you get over here. I'll take it easy on you and only use the back of my sword. Well, I'm impressed you can't tell which is which. That thing's so dull it might as well be a club. Alright, Pong, you're going down. Putting them to fight for no reason. Sasuga, Redra. Gay ball can raw ass indeed. No, it's okay, Turtle Man. Caster. Damn it. I wanted to do something a little bit different. Rather not different. I know what I want to do. Sa, Joyagu Hanachimashou. Kokuto Hateni. Samsara Kama. Oh, and let's bring a rider to deal with the... Mashu, we got our Mashu back. Mashu. Yeah, I know the meme, Turtle Man. They mistranslated raw eye as and gay bulk. I'm better! I told you no, it's always I'm stronger. Gay Bulge comes from the English dub of Dean Stay Night, but Raw Ass was just a fan follow-up. Ah, okay.
シリンガーラより古きルールどれにしよう愛の炎で浸らせてあげる満ち満ちる
愛煩悩無料請願だ。
はい
はいはい。
さあ情欲の矢を放ちましょう。もはや私の体に全てはつながり虚空と果てる。
サムサーラカーマ。
堪能してください。どうにかなっちゃう。私の愛は中央無尽。
さてここからだ。やることは変わらねえよ。
古きルール今のうちに
あるある。
煩悩
無料請願だ。
やります。もちろん
もちろん。
さ
サーラカーマ。どうか無限にまどろんで。
まだまだ。
突破します。
指ならし指ならし。はっ。
あお。
望まれることをいいですよ。望まれたように。
はいはい。
あれはいつか見た終わりの星。どれほど遠く汚れても私は星を探すのです。さあ幕を開けて
アランドカリバ
堪能してください。喜んでくれますか。
巨人炎の檻となる。
ーン We come on!
もうやだ。
By the way, did you know that Coolcaster works in the Koyanskaya system?
煩悩無料請願だ。さあ情欲の矢を放ちましょう。もはや私の体に全てはつながり虚空と果てる。
サムサーラカーマ。
もろいもろい。堪能してください。
あ
はいはいやります。堪能してください。ここで
This is gonna take a while.
どうにか
さてここからだ。
Oh, motherfucker. Ow, ow. Ah, easy.
今のうちに準備。運命ですか。もちろん。
Oh. Come on, I want to finish this chapter.
どれほど遠く汚れても私は星を探すのです。さあ幕を開けてアラウンドカリバーン。喜んでくれますか。
火銀の巨人炎の檻。
We come on.
燃えろ。
Ow.
白兵戦行きます。どれにしようか。こういうこともできるんだらより。はいはい。みちみちやります。
あ 愛。
堪能してください。サンサーナカーマ。
どうか無限にまどろんで。
ここでいくらでもどうぞ。
Marapapias.
来たら席にあげます。愛の炎。煩悩無料生還だ。はいはい、いいですよ。
サンサーラカーマ。私の中でどうか無限にまどろんで。
いくらでもどうぞ。踏んでしまったかな。
Kama is so good, man. Okay. The winner is neither of you. The truly strong don't get into stupid roles. I'm surprised you don't keep hearing Loliform. I like the MP animation on her third ascension better. I actually wish the Loli version had the NP animation of the third ascension, but it doesn't, so alas. And she looks more ominous with her blue arms and legs. And the winner is neither of you. The truly strong don't get into stupid roles. This kind of matchup always end up like this. Hang on. I didn't really lose. Till that 2-bar guest. The only reason we technically lost is cause Grimmer's so-called mage ass doesn't have a single support skill. That's true. His skills aren't support. He doesn't support the teams. He doesn't support the team. The only reason we technically lost is cause Grimmer's so-called mage ass couldn't have a single support skill. How was I supposed to know you're such a crap warrior you can't even defend yourself? True, Emiya doesn't have any survivability tools. Or rather, Muramasa. Besides, when it comes to gods, I've got enough for a boatload of Vikings. That's true. Both of you shut up and get on the wagon. We need to get to Edinburgh today, damn it. Me. Wow, that worked better than I thought. Anyway, assuming Grimm's wolves are walking. The wagon only holds 6 people, and there's 7 of us now. Want me to follow along on my skates? That's okay, I'll just ride on Red Rabbit's back. You don't mind, right, Red Rabbit? No, that should be fine. A little fairy like you won't affect my performance at all. But we're still quite far north. Won't you be cold riding outside? I could always run alongside the wagon instead. Don't worry, I'll be fine. I'm used to the cold up here. Alright, let's go, Lauren. I know there used to be a village in Edinburgh a long time ago, but I don't know what's become of it in the era of the High Queen. Course, given Nognaria's distaste for humans, I doubt it'll be more than a handful of people at the campsite. Well, that was quick, at least. Oh, I know what this is. I know what this is and I don't quite like it. I could go with Kiwawa or... Nah, let's go with this. Chocolate! 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 Yeah, this should do it. Attention citizens of Edinburgh. Lady Nognaria has returned to our fair city for a temporary respite. She will be recuperating at the previous queen's grave for the next few days, after which she will once again depart to the front lines. Main street vendors may remain open for business after sundown. Do not let the city's lamplights die out. Remember, Lady Nognaria loves this nightless city with all her heart. Glory to the King clan! Glory to Edinburgh, the Queen's city! Woohoo! At long last, it's time for war! I can't wait! I thought this day would never come. It's been 10 years since I escaped from the south. I'm proud to call myself a member of the King clan now. I still can't believe how generous Lady Nognaria was to share her power with a good-for-nothing like me. I'd do anything to help her. I'm liquidating my whole stock. Go on, help yourself for next to nothing. Do you have the latest daily report? May I see it? 29th military training exercise complete. The victory bell rings for the north. Even as I write these words, I cannot help but tremble with awe at the sheer might of the King clan's army. Even the giant troops whose lack of expertise we feared might hold our forces back have become exceptional soldiers. If the way these fine warriors make quick work of large moors is any indication, Camelot's ramparts won't stand a chance. According to First Captain Gerbey, our army could easily overthrow Camelot even if they were to march out today. Once the fighting began, it would be over in no more than 3 or 4 days at most. That last part's a little worrying, but Lady Nognaria's going to be on the front line herself, right? We can't lose then. Besides, our queen will never pick a fight she knew she couldn't win. Lady Nognaria can always use another pair of hands. Soldiers, medics, clerics, transport, production. We need all the help we can get. Whatever job you take, you're guaranteed a fair wage. All we want to see from you is motivation. Motivation! Also, if you know anyone afflicted with more sickness, please bring them in right away. If the disease is caught early enough, it can still be cured. I know, because I was once infected myself. Lady Nognaria doesn't discriminate between upper and lower class like Morgan. All she cares about is whether you have the will to live. That is why the leader of our very own King clan, who believes in all of her citizens equally, should be the next King of Britain. They really love their queenie. Whoa. Wow. The whole empire is standing Nognaria with all their might. I can't believe it. This is the northern village? It's even more developed than Salisbury. What in the world has happened here since the beginning of the era of the High Queen? I know how you feel. I was shocked the first time I came here too. My past self's note said the Northern Fairies used to be basically a small group of nomads. I guess Mav, the King clan's last queen, must have been one hell of a leader. Please tell me they didn't actually put the word stunning in their translation. They did. Here it is. In just a single generation, she built a city that rivals the Edinburgh of proper human history. Kono Setsubo. And a city that's home to northern fairies as well as the fairies who migrated here from the south to boot. I don't know where you get off looking so smug about that. You got nothing You got nothing to do with their success. Still, there's no denying this is one hell of a city. Everything from the food traffic to the business dealings feels like the real deal. I see there's a big cathedral here too. Oberon is not happy. No fun allowed. Yup, there's a beautiful church called St. Giles Cathedral in our world's Edinburgh too. It's probably another one of those human history convergence things. That said, the Edinburgh in proper human history and the one here are built on very different ground. Namely, this one looks like it's been built on top of a rocky mountain. And unfortunately, there doesn't seem to be any Calton Hill or Arthur's Seat here either. Hey Mash, do you know what Arthur's Seat is? Yes, it's his lap. I'm sitting on it right now. I've only read about it, but yes, in proper human history, Arthur's Seat is a well-known tourist spot. It's a steep, rocky mountain not too far from Edinburgh itself. According to legend, King Arthur himself once sat on it to look out over the land. Thus the name. Lol. You're sitting on what now? You heard me. I see. There sure are a lot of legends about King Arthur, huh? Yup, he's brought up in one form or another in all the big tourist spots. Some other notable ones include Winchester, Glastonbury, and Tintagel in Cornwall. So, getting back to our negotiations with Nognaria, they did say she was back here now, didn't they? So that probably means she's in the palace then, right? Shall we just barge in there now? Yeah, okay. I guess Nognaria is technically our enemy. She's probably not exactly eager for an audience with us, but hold that thought for a minute, okay? Hey, Bonnie. I think Artoria's doing her headstrong thing again. Now what do we do? It's too bad Oberon's not here right now. I mean, just look at her. A head-on clash with Nognaria, huh? Now I'll finally get to let out all those years of pent-up frustration with her. With witness report. Savage child of prophecy spotted. I definitely like to avoid the storming the front gate. Obviously, there's no way she'd listen to us then. Now how to go about it? Spotted shadow boxing in the streets? Good one. Excuse me, I'm sorry to interrupt your discussion, but it looks like we have, company. They clearly have us surrounded now. We may have no choice but to fight. There, you see? I knew that stuff about law and order in the city was a load of bunk. Then again, attacking outsiders without even a word of warning is just the kind of thing I'd expect from a nation run by Nognaria. Alright everyone, get your weapons ready. Once we break through this dragnet, we'll storm our way into the castle. Thank you for coming, Lady Artoria. We've been waiting for you and your entourage to arrive. We're not here to fight, sir. I'm sure you must be tired from your long journey, but please do try to compose yourself. Now, if you'll kindly follow me to the cathedral, I can take you to see Lady Nognaria right now. What? Alright, I almost forgot. I wrote a letter to make an appointment for you ahead of time. It said, Dear Nognaria, Queen of the North, get ready to see me cause I'm coming for you tomorrow. Cheers. And of course, since I wrote such a nice letter, I got a very nice reply back not long after. It said, I am prepared to welcome the child of prophecy in a manner befitting a king. Best wishes. I must say, I thought the Northern Fairies were all barbarians who tried to solve their problems with violence. But it seems Queen Nognaria is much more sophisticated than I realized. No, okay, she's extended us an invitation, then I guess we should take her up on it. Redra is not a small brain, he actually was very smart here. Huh? She actually accepted the invitation? She didn't try to kick in the front gate? Really? Oh crap. All of you, get out of here. Take the back entrance. I want you out of this room in 2 seconds. Are you sure about this? Just a few moments ago, you were giddily talking about knocking the child of prophecy down a few pegs. And showing her that ringing 4 bells wasn't nearly enough to make her a match for you. Change of plans, okay? I mean, how would it look if I were to greet a small group of peaceful visitors with a fully armed platoon? So that's how it is. Huh? You're still worried about your reputation? Isn't it at about the same level as an apple that missed harvest season? What's that? You're saying my rep already fell from the tree and is rolling in the mud? Is that your way of asking for 100 lashes? Okay, you heard her. Everybody out! My apologies for keeping you waiting. The Queen will see you in the cathedral now. And the mind games drag on. Ah, she's actually starting with the lashes. Well, how bold of you to just waltz in here like this, Artoria. Does this mean you finally scrunched up a bit of manners, guts, and confidence then? You're not fooling anyone, Nognaria. We could hear you soldiers scrambling to get out of here. Don't be ridiculous. Those were my footsteps, no one else's. Now, I won't hear one more word about it. 1, 3, 5, 7. I'm not surprised to see Oberon's not with you, but what about that other girl? You know, the one who looked like she was in heaven with her cheeks all puffed out. You know, the one who looked like she was in heaven with her cheeks all puffed out full of my chocolate. Gareth, right? Gareth. I mean, Lady Gareth staying in Londinium to defend it as one of my knights. There was no sense in her coming all the way out here just to see another evil empire. She's already been to Camelot. Well, that's too bad. I was planning to give her a tour of my chocolate factory. Hey, she's Charlie! Gareth and the chocolate factory. Oh, well, that's pretty nice of Nognaria. Choco. I actually do have my Choco here too. Oh well, another time perhaps. Anyway, I know how you guys went up to Orkney without my permission. You know damn well that the North belongs to the King clan, and that trespassing is prohibited no matter what your reasons might be. Honestly, what are you, some bandits hiding out in the mountains? I guess you still have yet to learn your place. We did go through the Lake District, you know. Oh, hello, Lauren. I'm glad to see you're doing well. I can only imagine how exhausted you are having to travel with a child of prophecy who can't ever look before she leaves. Would you like me to make you an appointment at my favorite luxury spa later? That would be nice. Ugh, can it, Nognaria? Besides, Lauren is made of sterner stuff than that. Sorry to interrupt your friendly chat, but it sounds like you already know that Orkney's bell has been rung. Good, that saves us the trouble of filling you in. Anyway, yes, Orkney's bell used to belong to the Rain clan. But now that the Rain clan is gone, the King clan are the bell's de facto guardians, as you well know. That means to an outsider, which is to say, from Morgan's perspective, it looks like the King clan has officially recognized the Child of Prophecy. What do you make of that? What do I make of it? What do I make of it? Hang on, who are you? My name's Grimmer. Well, technically, I'm the second to bear that name, but that's neither here nor there. I've been watching over Orkney's Belf on behalf of Merlinus Ambrosius. Merlinus Ambrosius. Huh. Crap, I almost forgot. When Quiv, Maeve and Kuhulain mix? Grim, hide! Ah, so you're Grim the Sage. The last queen told me you're a cold-blooded bastard, but you'd be bound to show up eventually. You once taught Tonelico the Savior Magecraft, right? I see. If you are here, then I guess this so-called savior must be the real deal after all. Huh? Is that all you have to say, Nognaria? I mean, this is Grimmer, you know? You don't feel any connection to his spirit origin? What are you talking about? You there. Do we have a connection? No, sure don't. Not at all. No. You're Nognaria, the proud queen of the north. You care far more about your life and destiny here than you do any silly ties from human history. Speaking personally, I, for one, couldn't be happier about the last part. Freedom! Freedom! Freedom from the thought! Is that so? I don't know what that's all about, but thanks. I'll say this for you. You do have a nice smile. Yeah, let's try not to fuck that up. Anyway, that aside, Grim is right. Now that Orkney's bill has been wrong, I don't have a lot of options here. Just this morning, Morgan sent me a final warning. It said, kill the child of prophecy at the Ashen Shore when she returns from Orkney. If you fail to do so, I will consider my treaty with the previous head of the King clan null and void. The end. A treaty with the previous head of the King clan? What's she talking about? None of your business. The point is, if I don't kill the child of prophecy, there'll be war. Of course, I was always planning to fight Morgan at some point, so that part's fine. The only problem is you, Artoria. Remember what I told you before? Get an army of my own, ring at least 2 bells, and learn to carry myself in a manner befitting the child of prophecy, right? Well, if you can rattle all that up so readily, I must have really gotten to you. Now I'm glad I took the time to deal with you before. Yes, those were my conditions, and you've met them, which means you're worthy of joining forces with me. That is why you came to Edinburgh in the first place, right? An alliance between the King clan and the Child of Prophecy. I like it. Well, that was easy. It's too soon to celebrate just yet, Lauren. Nognaria will never make things that easy. Just look at her. That's the face she makes right before she squeezes some poor sucker for everything they're worth. I've never made a face like that. Still, you're not wrong. My skin might smell of sweet honey and be wonderfully soft, but I myself am neither. I'm willing to form an alliance, but needless to say, I'll be the only king. If you're going to join me, you need to pledge your loyalty to me and obey my every command. Also, only fairies are welcome to join my alliance forces. So as far as the Round Table Army's humans go, I think I'll turn them into bees and put them to work in my chocolate factory. I'm sure they'd be much happier that way, since those pathetic, useless humans would be the first to die when the fighting starts anyway. There's a typo over here. Typo! Albert, you missed one. Missing a T over here. Wait, Laren, you don't have to say anything. Nognaria, the Round Table Army is the best army in all of Britain. The day we obey you is the day apples start falling back up onto their trees. If you want to command us, you'll have to pound us into submission first. So how about it? You and me, fairy to fairy. Unless, of course, you're too chicken to face me. So this is the part where we kick her in the clam and take her army? Yes. You're wrong. This will be a battle to determine the next king of Britain. A fight for the throne, or pride and beauty itself. I swear on the name of the previous queen that I will face you alone and on fair ground, fairy to fairy. The winner takes command of all of our combined armed forces, and the loser has to do whatever the winner says. And as a bonus prize, the winner will also get to claim the foreign mage as her spouse, eh? Disculpa? I mean, I like you better than me, but... Well, I'm already married. I'm sorry. I'm sorry? Congratulations on your wedding, Bonnie. No! Huh? I missed that last condition, but fine. Whatever you say. So, how are we going to do this? Another chess match? Heh, don't be ridiculous. This is Edinburgh, the headquarters of the entire British sweets industry. There's only one kind of battle fought for pride and beauty around here. Valentine map match, the ancient traditional art of fire confectionery. Fire confectionery? What? You mean you don't know about it? I see. You really are just a country bumpkin, aren't you? Baking? I'm actually really good at cooking. Knock it off with the yokel dicks already. Besides, we country girls are tough cookies. Excuse me, I wasn't originally going to say anything, since these negotiations are between Artoria and Nognaria. But now that the stakes have become personal for Chaldea, I have to ask. What exactly does a math match entail? That girl's got as much magical energy as a Fey Knight, but she's also wearing black armor and carrying a great shield. Is she the one from Sheffield? Very well, I'll ignore your impertinence this one time. The map match is the last will and testament of the King clan's previous leader, Queen Map. It's a law that says whoever makes the most delectable looking chocolate shall be queen. Pretty sweet, right? And I, Devil Karen, the chocolate fairy, shall be the judge. Oh, hey, Karen. What? Okay, this is getting weird. More than usual. Choco Karen. By the way, chat, a little spoiler. You can get that as a skin for Karen later on. You can get this as a skin later on, so don't worry about it. So if you have Karen, you got a new skin over there. Oh, right, I forgot about that. She fucking charms. that's okay, that's alright, we can make this work.
よろしい
That's okay, that's alright, we can make this work. Hey, that's okay, that's alright, we can make this work. Hey,
羽の若になれば目に映るものよく言いました
oh, right. Actually, mm, mm, what
運
is?
命ですかいい判断です
Whew, 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 whew. Hot, hot, hot.
神戸を垂れよ恐怖を
Chocolate megalos, I didn't see that coming.
なお一人ソウルにあたわず
Yeah, it's a new one.
あれはいつか見た終わりの星。どれほど遠く汚れても私は星を探すのです。さあ幕を開けてアラウンドカリバーン。
分断す
Ah, leave Morgan alone.
るよく言いましたいい判断です
いい判断です
分断す
Ow. Ow.
暗き湖オンザ来たる
Sa.
そういいでしょう私の足元で許しを乞いなさい
もちろん、両手です。キャメロンと。Nice. Ow.
よく言いました内側
ここで
Oh, come on. Ow. Ow. No, Morgan.
もちろん。はい
Hi, hi. Sorry, Megalos.
勝ちました。やりー。
勝ちました。やりー。ああ。Oh, hopefully this doesn't take as much. Damn it. I thought I was going to be done with this sooner. Did we win? It seems these would-be contenders have what it takes to compete. As the Chocolate Fairy, I declare this map match is now officially underway. The taste testing shall take place at high noon tomorrow. Contestants will have until then to prepare their chocolate. Both contestants must use the cooking facilities provided in this cathedral, and may employ up to one fairy assistant. Any questions? None here. I can't wait to get started, since I already have someone in mind to give this chocolate to. I'm going to make the best chocolate anyone will taste all year. It will be better than anything Gloucester has to offer. Hang on, are we really doing this? What in the world does making chocolate have to do with choosing a leader? Everything. I predicted it. Everything. This has been the law of the land in Edinburgh for the past 1600 years. So this cathedral is actually the Temple of Sweets? It is. There is no such rule in real life Edinburgh. Alright, Lady Artoria, you take the Star Kitchen. Lady Nognaria, you take the Moon Kitchen. I will prepare rooms for the night for the rest of Lady Artoria's companions. I'm afraid you won't be able to talk to the chalk testants while they're in the kitchen, but you're free to talk outside the kitchens if you like. Alright, enjoy your chocolate making, and remember, fortune smiles on those with truly strong hearts. Well, at least it was nice of them to reserve rooms for us, but... Hey Mash, once we're done talking here... I know, you like me to assist Artoria in her chocolate duel, right? I may be a demi-servant, but the fairies seem to treat me as one of them, so that shouldn't be a problem. That would be great. Thanks for doing this. But before you get started, I'd like to go over everything we learned so far, just as Chaldeans. She can't cook, can she? Actually, didn't that already come up? Oh dear. You already told us about what happened after you were sent to the past in Norwich, of course. But I still want to hear what happened to you before then and fill you in on what's happened with us. And this should be a good place for a private chat, especially since Muramasa and Grimmer are in another room. So that's what happened to you after we got separated. Salisbury, Gloucester, Londinium, Manchester and the Lake District, plus everything with the Round Table Army, of course. I never would have guessed that Pepe was here too, and as a count of all things. I'm sure it fits him like a glove. Unfortunately, Pepe's not the only cryptor here. We saw Beryl in Camelot too. Though it sounds like you were actually the first to run into him here. Wait, did they make Muramasa and Grim share a room? Rip Temple of Sweets, indeed. That's right, I saw him in Sheffield. That was when... You lost the Black Barrel, huh? Beryl probably took it for himself. I'm so sorry. All the time and effort you and Zion spent on it, and I just left it there. It's okay, trump cards pop up when they need to anyway. Hehehe, Berry's barrel. Again, I'm so sorry, if only I'd... Hey, you still didn't have your memories back after the Nameless Woods ordeal, right? Then there's no way you could have known. Don't worry about the Black Barrel, we can always track it down. The important thing is that you're still alive. Unfortunately, it looks like we won't need it for this mission anyway. Really? I mean, if we don't have to use it, that's great, but... Machines don't work well here anyway, for that matter. Yup, we have something even better than the Black Barrel now. What do you mean? Are Director Goldoff and Holmes coming to help us in the Shadow Border? It worked fine when Bogart had it. Fair enough. But we don't know that. We don't know that it actually works here. No, nothing like that. I'm talking about you, Mash. The Ortinax may not be working right now, but your Spirit Origin is putting out more power now than it ever has. It's probably the Fey Knight rules at work. Parkest and the others were gifted the Round Table Knight's names. But you're gifted with Fey Knight Galahad's name on top of already borrowing his power, giving you effectively a double Galahad bonus. No wonder you were able to go toe-to-toe with Lancelot. You're basically a high servant now, a peerless warrior even among peerless warriors. You can feel that too as her master, right, Lauren? Yup, my co has a sight to behold. I see, then I'll do my very super best to help. How's Artoria doing, by the way? Hey, we're gonna look around the city. You guys wanna come? You guys are actually getting along pretty well. Time for some recon, huh? Artoria might be busy in the kitchen right now, but we've got nothing but time on our hands. So we gotta do something to make ourselves useful. How about you, Da Vinci? I'm going to see this one out. Besides, I still have to write my report. Say, where's Mash? Isn't she with you? Artoria needed Mash's amazing chocolate making skills more than we did. Gotcha. Sounds like she's got a real shot at winning then. If it came to it, I was thinking I'd make the chocolate myself, but maybe now I won't need to. I'm sure Muramasa's chocolate would be amazing too. You're way too easy on Artoria, you know that? Is that any way for one of the foreign god's disciples to conduct himself? Shut up, you blue-haired dealweed. I still owe her my life for saving me from that action. Besides, I ought to be asking you why you were so easy on Nognaria. She looked like a friend of yours or something? Actually, yes, but even though she's the spitting image of her, they're completely different people. Nognaria's been living her own life free of influence from any human history connections. I had to go after my destiny, but she took hers by the horns and made it submit to her. I swear, I've never seen such a free-spirited woman anywhere. You can't help but smile, right? Anything cooked with Shiro's hands would have the power to change fate itself, indeed. Section is it? Section 20. You don't say. So the last queen, map, disappeared in the era of High Queen 400. And Nognaria was born 100 years ago in the era of the High Queen 1900. So this city went without a leader for about 1500 years, huh? That's right. I thought it was strange when I first heard about this too. But apparently the Northern Fairies continued to live by the past queen's teachings even after she was gone. They say she told them that a new King Clan Fairy would be born again one day, and that they were to obey Morgan until that day came. So what happened to the Northern Fairies after Nognaria was born? They went right back to their old ways, of course. Things have been tense between them and Morgan ever since. For 100 years, Nognaria has been teaching the Northern Fairies in order and discipline, gradually turning them into a real army. When Ainsel predicted the Child of Prophecy, Morgan wasn't the only one who was worried. I bet Nognaria went ballistic upon hearing the news too, at least on the inside. She was probably all. I've been working towards this for 100 years now. No way I'm letting some podunk backwater fairy beat me to the punch. Now I gotcha. So that's why Artoria and the Queenie hit it off so well. Is this one of those you only heard the ones you love things? I mean, they both know what it's like to bear the weight of crushing responsibility. They probably never had anyone else they could curse out without it becoming a big to-do before they met each other. They might be in completely different circumstances, but they're still equals where it counts. The way I see it, things are gonna work out no matter who wins this contest, so let's just let them have their fun. All that aside, you sure know a whole lot of things, don't you, Grim? Anything else you know but haven't shared? Like, say, why this place is called the Queen's City? I don't know where the name comes from. I already told you everything I could. Huh, we're a long ways from the main road now, aren't we? Oh hey guys, you out for a walk too? I don't blame you. Not much to do up in our hotel room after all. We thought we would take advantage of the opportunity to do some sightseeing too, especially since we almost never come this far north. Did you guys see anything unusual? No, not really. What's with you, Redra? Not like you to be so hedgy. Well, I'm hoping this is just my imagination, but there seems to be a lot more Wind Clan fairies here than I was expecting. Oh, are you guys new here? Welcome to Edinburgh Development World. This is where all the refugees who haven't been able to share in Lady Nognaria's power live. Still, we're all treated as full citizens. We all have jobs and roofs over our heads, even if they are just tents. In the meantime, I'm sure Lady Nognaria will make you guys into King Clan fairies once the war against Queen Morgan is over. So go ahead and put your tent up wherever you like. If you're lucky, you might even get a job in the medical ward. Don't worry, Mortisis isn't nearly as bad as it's made out to be. We can be made into King Clan fairies? Is that a human? What in the world were you all thinking bringing a human to Edinburgh of all places? If Nognaria finds out about this, you'll all be... Wait, don't tell me. Are you guys also... No, we're travelers. We're just passing through. We'll be leaving tomorrow, so please don't worry about us. Ah, I see. Guess I'd better get going then. Sorry for taking up your time. No way that guy actually lives around here. There's something way too shifty about him. He's probably one of Morgan's spies. Lot of room for rats like that in a city this big. Rats. We gonna kill him? Should we tell Nognaria about him? Don't bother, we can't snitch on a resident on Muramasa's hunch alone. For that matter, have you noticed how all the fairies in this world have scars on their shins? I'm guessing they're either refugees from the south, fairies who've lost their purpose, or fugitives who fled the south. Leave him be, rats are oggy. So this town's full of criminals, huh? I guess Nognaria's either really magnanimous or she's really big on cheap labor. Maybe it's both. Every fairy becomes land when they die, regardless of what they were like in life. So having more fairies live here means that her territory will eventually expand. Can't it be both? It's probably both. That must be how Edinburgh grew to this scale in the 1600 years since Queen Mav disappeared. Then something doesn't add up. If fairies have been living up here for over 1600 years in the era of the High Queen, then why are the edges of Britain unchanged since the Fae era? Oh, so that's why we couldn't see the outline pretty well of the island in Fae era. If fairies have been living up here for over 1600 years in the era of the High Queen, then why are the edges of Britain unchanged since the Fae era? Could this city be... I wouldn't put it past Mav to do that. Turning a desolate wasteland into a prosperous city in a single generation. Her next generation being born 100 years ago. I knew it. Now it's all making sense. No wonder Morgan's left her alone all this time. If she plays her cards wrong, Nognaria could end up becoming a calamity herself. Havetron? Nah, I'm probably just overthinking it. There's no way that could actually be the case. Anyway, let's head back. Red Rabbit, it's always wasteland up ahead, so there's nothing more to see here anyway. I see. And I take it you're going to ride on my back again? I was the one who said it wouldn't be any trouble, but that was before I knew you were much, much heavier than you look. Ooh. Myahahaha, that's cause I got substance where it counts. She got the dumpy. Just you wait. Once I eventually grow up, all happy cats gonna have the most banging body you've ever seen. So Habetrot saying she has a dumpy? She has butt? Aren't you the type of fairy who never gets any older? Oh, never mind, she took it as a compliment. Anyway, I wouldn't wander around here too much if I were you either, Laren. Habetrot, you're like 6,000 years old, you're not gonna grow. I don't know why Nognaria left you off the hook, but if you run into any northern fairies with long memories, they won't think twice about ganging up on you. Oh yeah, I guess you know more about that than I do, since I only have the first Grimm's notes to go off of. Tell us something, Habetrot. The Northern Fairies used to be the first group of fairies who coexisted with humans, right? Like in the War of Summer and such. So why does Nognaria hate them so much now? Yeah, I was wondering about that too. What, you mean you don't even know that? Alright, I guess I can tell you. It all goes back to what happened about 4,000 years ago during the War of Summer in Fae era 2000. Queen Mab invaded Britain from the Western Island and drove the other clans to the brink of extinction. Word has it that Tonelico then stepped in, convinced Mab to back down and reconcile with the clans, and had her and her people officially recognized as the King clan. But that's not exactly the whole truth. For one thing, Mab would never agree to reconcile with the clans when her victory was already assured. Yeah, good point. I always thought that story spun things a little too neatly for the other clans. Wait, don't tell me. Yup, Mab snatched defeat from the jaws of victory right at the very end, when her human right-hand man and husband betrayed her. Ooh. And of course, Tonelico wasn't about to pass up a chance like that. She backed Mab into a corner while she was already writhing in pain and gave her the thrashing of her life. Then she made her swear to join the other clans and never attack Britain again. When it rains, it pours, huh? I know that kind of underhanded tactic is par for the course when it comes to war, but still. No wonder she hates humans so much. Heck, I wouldn't be surprised if she wants to wipe them all out. Nah, Edinburgh would never be this grand of a city if she just wanted to wipe humans out. I think the real question that story raises is, why was she writhing in pain? That's a good question. Ooh, almost halfway there. And night comes. That night in Laren's room. I wonder who could that be? Come in. Excuse me, senpai. I'm back on temporary reprieve from chocolate duty. But this chocolate battle is very heated, so I can't stay long. Heated, huh? I think I can guess how things are going. Now, if you don't mind, I'd like you to answer a question for me. What shape do you think would be best for chocolate? Taking that Artori is a beginner into consideration, I think I'd have to say something standard. I knew it. Thank you, senpai. This was very helpful. Okay, I'd better get back to the battlefield. Sleep well, senpai. Chocolate war. Now, who is this? Come in. Whoa! It's okay, human. There's nothing to be afraid of. I'm Aiken, Lady Nognaria's faithful soldier. What the hell was that? Woohoo! Lady Nognaria has just finished the 8th step of her chocolate recipe and is currently taking a break. Once she's finished, she'll be up all night working on steps 9 through 19. But for now, she'd like someone to talk to while she takes her break. Yes, of course, I mean you. There's no one else in this room. Just accept that there's no getting out of this and come with me. And don't even think you're about trying to escape by jumping out the window. Okay. The fucking jump scare. Naso, man. Needless to say, a fairy in Lady Nognaria's position has many things to consider at all times. So this break she's taking is on a strictly need-to-know basis. There won't be any guards keeping watch. This is as far as I go, too. Don't worry, Lady Nognaria's hatred for humans may be famous, but she's still not as unreasonable as a night call. As long as you hold your breath, keep quiet, stay perfectly still, and never speak except to agree with her. You might just make it out of there alive. Alright then, good night, and good luck! Bye, woohoo man. There you are. I didn't expect you to come alone. Have you been enjoying the Edinburgh nightscape? We may not be as fancy as Gloucester, but I like to think our main street is still a pretty sight. Just a little bit on the way here. Oh, what am I saying? Of course you did. I can tell from that sparkle in your eyes. That's the look of someone who picked up a beautiful insect thread scarf before stopping by a cafe for a chocolate-infused cocktail. Alright, I forgot they refer to silk as insect thread. My Edinburgh really is the best, isn't it? Just look at how it's even entranced the foreign mage with its charms. But I digress. I invited you here for a very specific reason. Tell me about the outside world, what more can call proper human history. I don't care about it, of course, but as a queen of the Northern Fairies, I need to at least be familiar with it. Or are you so scared to be here without your companions that you can't even speak? Foreign mage or not, you're still just a weak little human after all. You could never be the one to make a call about whether to leak classified info to an enemy on your own. Okay, let me start with Caldia. And that's about... Wow, I didn't realize I'd been talking for almost an hour. I've been talking for 5 hours. Hang on, you covered all of that stuff so eloquently that it was easy to follow along. I need you to stop here for a moment though. I need to process all of that. It's okay, with a snap of your fingers you can have Gilgamesh and Karna here, so you're not really in any danger. Okay, there's Caldia, heroic spirits, lost belts, proper human history. Okay, I basically got it. Looks like there's not much point in thinking about this stuff now, is there? This is the kind of thing I can worry about after Morgan's been defeated, right? Exactly, there's no need to get into it now. That's fine then. Thanks for the valuable info. You have my gratitude. The gratitude of a queen. A good ruler does more than just wage war with their enemies, you know. They also need a plan to rule their nation after they've won. I know Britain isn't really surrounded by a sea of nothingness. There's actually a much larger world out there beyond the water. Of course, fairies typically hide in the woods and don't mesh well with the human world. But with the right motivation, there are a lot of ways to get around that. I can't believe there's still so much to do even after things are wrapped up here. I can't wait to get started. Are you talking about expanding your chocolate factory? That's right. If there's another world that's rich in resources, I'll have to make another Western island. And pay this. And pay this. You called it North America, right? A little visit. I guess that means you and I will be enemies again when that happens. That should be fun. She really is just like me. There. You just made that face again, just like the one you did when you made that weird comment about my chocolate fields. Why is that? Is there a version of me in your world or two or something? Wait, on second thought, don't answer that. I really want to know about this other me, but if I find out now, it's going to make me throw a tantrum. Oh crap, now I really want to tell her. Phew, that was close, but I managed to preserve my queenly dignity. I don't think that's... dignity, preserved. Because if anyone saw that, I'd have them executed before they could tell anyone. I saw nothing, Your Majesty. Very good, a perfect response. Still, maybe I should at least ask you this. Let's say another version of me did exist in your world. In her final moments, was she not betrayed by her lover? Did she remain a cold-blooded queen to the end? Chocolate originated with the Americas. The cocoa bean was unknown to Europe until the age of exploration. That being the case, it's actually kind of odd that Maeve has any. Nognaria. Pretty odd, yeah. The cause you were fighting for aside, you were awesome. I see. Well, of course I was. There's no way I, of all people, would ever die of a broken heart. So what kind of valiant warrior defeated me? They must have been a really strong fairy, right? Huh? Cheese? As in, the stuff made from sheep's milk and eat with bread? Huh. So there's a cheese fairy in your world. Maybe they're related to Icendrum. The cheese was just the method. A human slung it. So that other me was killed by a human. That's what you're telling me? Did you just take all that trouble to tell me such a ridiculous story, even knowing how much I hate humans? It's how that particular queen met her end. Are you kidding me? You can't say that kind of thing with a straight face. It's a total mood killer. That other you was a human too, though. Then again, it was a human that was responsible for the last queen's downfall, too. I guess when you're big enough, even a little pebble can trip you up. Thinking about it that way, I could see my other self getting killed by a human. And hey, at least she wouldn't have to put up with any weird curses afterwards. If you don't mind my asking about the last queen... That's right, losing her lover hurt her so badly that she couldn't fight anymore, which led to Tonelico beating her. Map put too much trust in humans. She thought they were the same as her, so she loved them too much. She charged onto the battlefield with her most beloved soldier by her side. He did his best to keep up with her. But he couldn't quite make it to the end. Just when they'd won their final battle against the clans, Mav turned, intending to celebrate with him, only to see her beloved draw his final breath. It's no surprise, really. Of course a mere human could never keep up with a fairy, let alone an array like Mav. But he still promised to stay with her, and he broke that promise. That was his betrayal. Oh, he didn't abandon her, he died. Bye, Bonnie, I'm going now. Hey, bye, Giuliano. Yeah, Mab was an array. That was when Mab lost the will to fight. The moment she realized how foolish she had been and how much that soldier had really loved her. Still, her broken heart was all healed. Still, her broken heart was all healed up by the time the era of the High Queen came around, and she soon set her sights on ruling all of Britain. So would Mav's successor also be an Are? Maybe. Mav then retired after she built Edinburgh, and no new King clan fairies were born for a long time. She left the hall for about 1500 years until I came along and filled it. I'm the second King clan fairy ever. I inherited Mav's power and I'm truly worthy of being queen. I am truly a great fairy. I hate humans because they're useless in war. I'm not going to make the same mistake Mav did. I'm going to defeat Morgan with my clan alone. That's why I don't need Artoria's roundtable army getting in my way. It's an eyesore at best. I'd make your peace soon if I were you. Once I win tomorrow's duel, all humans will be mine to do with as I please. And I'm going to put you all to work in my nice, safe chocolate factory full of benefits until the day you die. Hey! You know what? That doesn't sound too bad. If you're gonna give me benefits. And if it's really nice and safe. I'm not worried. Artoria's going to win. Okay, so why does she want to marry you? She's just a tad tsundere. Besides, humans aren't as fragile as you think, Nognaria. Okay, break's over. I'd better get back to work. Enjoy your freedom while you can, Laran. This is the last night you'll have it after all. I don't know, she just likes me. She can't resist the bunny. What a long night. Oh, come on! Now who is it? Come in. I'm getting a bad feeling about this. Spook! A spook! Where's the box spray? Where's the box spray? Actually, I do have box spray here. There. Baby Baron, you're back! Small Baron. Kale! Made you look. You totally thought I was knocking on your door, didn't you? Well, this time I came in through the window. My house, scandalous. You know what they will say about a guy going into a girl's room through the window? Oberon? Easy there, keep your voice down. It's very late, you know. I know it is, I should be sleeping. I know. And what's more, I'm traveling incognito today. If anyone asks, I was never here, okay? Whoa, wait. That was gender-dependent dialogue? That's so rare. Why incognito, you ask? Okay, it's partly because I got tired of being the Round Table Army's errand boy and ran off for a while. He says it with that fucking face. Chat. I want him. I want his Nendoroid. It comes with that face too. Let me look for the picture. Oh wait, I think that was just your commentary. Never mind. I got too excited. That was my commentary. Where is he? There it is. For some reason Amazon has it on pre-sale, but I really need... It's missing the... It's missing the blushing, but it's still pretty good. Puffy. Okay, it's partly because I got tired of being the Round Table Army's errand boy and ran off for a while. Really though? It's that the Fairy King Really though? It's that the Fairy King never stays in one place for too long. Yeah, you sure do flutter around, sir. And the real reason is that I was worried about you guys. Aww. I mean, we're all friends now, right? Of course I'm going to worry about you. So on that note, I hope you don't mind that I'm here. Poof. So good evening, Naran. Congratulations on ringing the 4th bell. We could hear it all the way back in Londinium. The Round Table Army's morale has never been higher. Percival's made a seat at the table for any Fang clan fairies who want to come over from Oxford. Garrett's been having a great time in Londinium with the kids. They just finished tilling a new field, in fact. Spriggan seems to be up to something, which worries me, I admit. But all in all, the South has been relatively stable so far. Of course, whether it stays that way is all up to you guys. You're here to talk to Nognaria, right? I've been hearing rumors about tomorrow's map match all throughout the city. If Nognaria joins forces with the Child of Prophecy, that'd be a huge boost to our chances against Camelot. Once Nognaria agrees to an alliance and Artoria rings Oxford's bell, we could begin our attack on Camelot in around 3 days. Spriggan has been up to something for his entire life. Don't worry about it too much. But what about the 6th bell? I'm sorry, I've been looking everywhere for it, but still no luck. Still, the bells of pilgrimage are meant to show that the clans have recognized the Child of Prophecy. And since the last one, the Mirror Clan, is gone now, there arguably isn't much point in ringing theirs. So I think just 5 bells ought to be enough. Those bells. Something bothering you? Alter's been getting more stressed with every bell she rings. I see. Well, that makes sense. You know how she gets stronger every time she rings a bell? At first I thought that meant she was growing. But I've realized that it's actually more unlocking her latent power. I think the Fairy of Paradise is probably born with her true power essentially bound. And the Bells of Pilgrimage are a means to break those bonds. They probably also restore the knowledge and memories she's always had, but were locked away all this time. Every time Artoria rings a bell, she learns more about her duty and her destiny. Now that she's wrong 4 of them, she's probably a completely different person from who she was when we met her in the Nameless Woods. She does seem like a very different person. How so? By now, she must have a much stronger sense of duty, and I'm sure her priorities must have shifted a lot too. She's probably making decisions based on what the Child of Prophecy should be doing rather than what she herself actually wants. Am I wrong? I actually don't think that part of her has changed too much. I don't know, if anything I think she's being more true to herself than ever. Is that so? Well, in this case, I guess it's a good thing she's so naturally stubborn. Still, I can tell you're concerned about her, and that you're keeping your concerns to yourself so as to not worry her. Do you remember what I said before? In this Lost Belt, you and I are just bystanders. Our role here is to see how things play out. Of course I remember that. Well, it's still true. We can't save Britain, and we can't save Artoria from her destiny. Once we acquire a means of fighting the foreign god, the best thing we can do is put this place behind us. Are you coming with us, perhaps? I mean, I would love to go and summon you once your banner drops, but I'm not sure if you'll arrive. I hope you do. That being said, I really respect your determination and your commitment. And I'm not just talking about Chaldea. I'm talking about every step you've taken to get here. Motivational Oberon. Once Morgan has been defeated, if you still want to save Britain, no, if you still want to help Artoria, I'll support you however I can, even if it means going well out of our way before helping proper human history. Chad, would you say that I'm determined and committed to stuff? Is he right, Chad? Do I have determination? Do you think it's okay to say how I really feel? Of course it is. When you get right down to it, the only ones who can do really big things are those who work hard for what it is they want. Trust me, I've come this far on my own too, so I have some idea of what that feels like. I mean, you've been working so hard for so long, I think you're entitled to put at least a tenth of that effort into indulging yourself. Spot on. You have class in less than 4 hours and you're still reading. What the hell do you think? Oh, it's one of those. Oh, it's an unskippable one. Believe it or not, Chad, this is going to be important later on. Important and not important. It's not gonna affect fights, but it's important for the plot. Well, I shouldn't trust. He's a sweet talker naturally, so I shouldn't trust him. This is legit. This is legit an Otome game now. Jesus Christ. The problem is that what do But if I do that... Arturi is another matter though. I have no intention of indulging her. Are you implying that you were going to indulge me, Oberon? My. You know how she's incredibly competitive but has almost no self-esteem? Not a great combination. I can't relate to that. Indulge you like he indulges the housewives. ¡Llámelo! ¡Llámelo yo! Man, Oberon is hitting really close home now. You know how she's incredibly competitive but has almost no self-esteem? Not a great combination. Are you sure we're talking about Artoria? If we don't keep her in line with her sense of duty, she's liable to go completely off the rails. You really are hard on Altria, aren't you, Oberon? Of course I am! You would be too if you spent as much time worrying about her as I do, only to have her go and do something you never expected. I don't even know how many times I've had to pull strings from behind the scenes anymore. Ugh, if only she'd grown up more like a docile princess and less like a wild boar. I mean, I'm sorry. That's more a personal preference thing than anything else. You've been... I don't know. Do you feel, guys, that Oberon has changed? Compared pre-forest fire to post-forest fire? He's talking like he raised her or something. Yeah. Do you feel like... I don't know if you guys noticed, but don't you feel like he's changed when compared like pre-forest fire to post-forest fire? Is he capable of changing? It seems he is, like... Less than I expected, but yes. It's hard to put it into words, but... Oberon, how he's sounding now, doesn't sound at all like Oberon back in... at the Nameless Forest. Or what, rather, when we were out of it. I can't quite put it into words, but there's... At least with the way he talks and how he addresses stuff, he feels a bit different. He's a bit more somber, I guess. I mean, considering that his friends and home were burned down, I can't really blame him for that, for being somber. I mean, sorry, that's more of a personal preference thing than anything else. Honestly, well, I think Artoria's just fine the way she is. There's certainly never a dull moment when she's around. Well, now I know he really does like her. Anyway, that's enough chatter for today. In fact, crap, I've been talking too long. Huh. I need to be back in Londinium by morning, or they'll know I skipped off. Bye! And I need to be in class in like 4 hours. Wait. Oh. By the way, are we maybe gonna mention that we teamed up with Barkest? I feel like we should probably be honest about that one. Maybe we should, but... 3.5. Maybe we should, but... we're asking some... spicy questions. Are you sure Artoria is in your Titania? Oh, you weren't expecting that one, were you? Oh, I don't know about that. I mean, I'm always on the lookout for her, even now. But even in a story with a guaranteed happy ending, she's only the very smallest of beat players. She's a convenient plot device, forgotten as soon as it's no longer needed. No one ever gave a thought to her happiness when all was said and done. But that's the life of a side character. You can't stop to worry about every little thing, or the whole world will fall apart. You can't expect that kind of imagination from a reader, or even from the playwright writing the script. Besides, it's all just a fairy tale. She was born to be forgotten with the turn of a page. So it's okay. My queen is the sort of woman who shouldn't ever actually exist. Man. Hitting us with the feels tonight, huh? Sag. We won't forget you, Lady Petania. I'm not Petania. Actually, before we finish the stream, let me check something real quick. I wanna go back and read what was the other answer. The other unskippable answer. My ears, lol. Actually, maybe we can skip. Okay, I think this is this one. Come in. Turru. Woohoo! Ah, this one was good. We talked with Nock, Narya. And that's all the long and short of it. My queenly dignity. I saw nothing, Your Majesty. Come on. Come on. I better get to bed, you don't say. Who is it? Avalon! A bug. The 6th bell. He couldn't find it. I hope you're right, but Arturia gets stressed. How so? Change too much. Because I remember that. It's okay to say how I really feel. Okay, let's see. This doesn't really affect what, like, when we go in this, but it will, like, the first turn we gave, it actually come into play later as we advance in the story, but in the archives it won't. Here's when we gave that speech that I tend to push myself a bit too hard. Thanks. So the dialogue is unskippable, but it doesn't change, at least the answer. I would have liked that it changed the answer, damn it. Man, what a waste. Ooh, I really want to finish this chapter, I really do. Let's go. You were home hit by... ¡Yamero! Ya metete, va. You were home hit by you like a housewife, weren't you? It's okay, no judgment. No, I really wanted to see if there was a different answer. Like, if he'd say something else. Lobster! Yummy! Good day, distinguished guests, and thank you all for coming! This is the moment you've all been waiting for. The Valentine math match to determine which of these two fairies is prouder, more dignified, and just overall better than the other. Yay! This isn't quite what I expected. In the Moon Kitchen, we have Lady Nognaria, leader of the Northern Fairies and daughter of the last queen. Damn, is that all chocolate she's carting around behind her? There's enough there to make a chocolate Artinax. In the Star Kitchen, we have Lady Artoria, the child of prophecy who has made even Queen Morgan sit up and take notice. Oh. Is that stuff she's carting behind her really chocolate? Even Mash's shield looks more appetizing. Oh no. Are both contestants ready? Now you now have 1 hour to complete your finishing touches here in the cathedral. Remember, chocolate is toxic. Be sure to go out with a fiery finish. Go, Star Kitchen! You can do this! Please direct your attention to Lady Nognaria in the Moon Kitchen. As you can see, she is both calm and unhurried, even as she remains constantly in motion. A sure sign of someone with eyes on the prize. When I stopped by her kitchen this morning for a comment, she said, and I quote, "My chocolate isn't merely a delicacy, it's art designed to melt your very soul." And looking at how it's coming along now, I believe it. I only wish all of you in the mezzanine could see this too. Right, they might get poisoned and contract chocoholism, indeed. We can't even see it from the ground floor. Don't you have any screens around here? Unfortunately, only those in the box seats can see the action unfold for themselves. If that interests you, you can always reserve one for the next math match for 60,000 more pounds. 10 times the price for the mezzanine seats, huh? Sounds fair. Next, please direct your attention to Lady Artoria and her dazzling collaboration with her assistant in the Star Kitchen. Is that a cake? I've never seen such a wonderfully intricate decorations on one before. Her assistant is practically glowing with magical energy. I mean, sheer concentration. In the midst of this chaos, she's adding details down to the millimeter. What an absolute madwoman! We may have a dark horse on our hands. Word on the street was that Lady Nognaria was a shoe-in to win, but at this stage it looks like the odds may actually be favoring the star. Whoa, it already looks good enough to eat. You really are great at this, Mash. Okay, now to add a pinch of my secret ingredient. Yay! Whoa. Are you an idiot? I do beg your pardon. Please continue to enjoy this unique form of chocolate making. So we should just run for it now, right? Nah, I can't believe I'm saying this either, but we still don't know how this is gonna go. Valentine chocolate's more about feeling than flavor, right? So there's still a chance she could pull ahead. Flavor's pretty important too, though. Time's up! Alright, contestants, let's see what you've got. First up, Lady Nognaria in the Moon Kitchen. Magnificent, truly magnificent! The sheer artistry and technical skill on display is a sight to behold. This chocolate Edinburgh castle with a special 19-layer coating perfectly captures the dignity of a queen. If ever there was a chocolate to take its recipient's breath away, this is it. Though I think actually receiving this could be a bit too much in more ways than one. That's not chocolate. It's all true, of course, but there's no need to be that effusive with your praise. I couldn't have done this without my capable assistant. I can drum. Thank you, Lady Nognaria. Now it's time to see what Lady Artoria's made in the Star Kitchen. I can't imagine why you made such a bold choice for your chocolate, but let's see it anyway. Aww. It looks good, but I don't know if it's enough to beat that castle. No, it can't be. Masaka. What the meow? What's the meaning of this? Who? This is a good one. Who? Huh? What's with this reaction? I understand how you feel, everyone. I'm right there with you myself. But as you may see, as a judge, it falls to me to be the first to say this. So say it I will. What an incredible shape! It's smooth, plump, and seems to be practically pulsing with warmth. Now that's what I call a Valentine. We are all witness to the birth of an all-new chocolate design. Was that a heart shape really that amazing? Woohoo! What power, what strength! I can feel my blood boiling with excitement just looking at it. I simply have to ask you, Lady Artoria, how did you come up with this design? Why did you abandon that lovely cake your assistant made in favor of this? That shape is the Northern Fairy's most venerated symbol. It means, prove thyself the strongest. What made you think to use it for your chocolate? Are you some kind of genius? Oh no, definitely not. Mash just taught me how to make it, that's all. She said it also represents the heart, even though it looks nothing like a real one. And since it's so simple to make, it's easy to put your own heart and soul into it. Insane. Easy to put your heart and soul into. What a beautiful expression. We asked Nognaria about the hearts around her before and she was confused. So the heart shape is novel for chocolate here? Is this Gura Gura? Seems like it. This does feel like Gura Gura. I can't believe I, of all fairies, forgot about the single most important thing that goes into chocolate. That's right. It doesn't matter how expensive your ingredients are or how fancy the brand is. What truly matters is the feelings you put into it. Well, Lady Nognaria's chocolate is undoubtedly more beautiful to look at and surely more delicious. There's no question that Lady Artoria's chocolate is the clear winner when it comes to sheer passion. As of this moment, I have nothing but the highest respect for her. And so, we have our winner, Lady Artoria of the Star Kitchen! Heh, that's it, Artoria. You finally found your own forte. Taking credit as her mentor despite being completely uninvolved. Well, I'll be damned. I had no idea you had an ace like that up your sleeve. Would you consider selling me the rights to that idea? Okay, but maybe taste it first. You did it, Artoria! It's all thanks to you, Mash. This makes the 212 practice chocolates we made worth it. Wait, actually, Toodleman, you were in the right idea. Is there no... Wait a second, though. Do fairies not know what a heart shape is? Sure looks that way. Either that or they just don't associate that symbol with the heart or soul. That checks out. I mean, just look at Nognaria's magical energy aura. Alright, she can't see it herself, can she? This doesn't make any sense. The castle should have won no matter how you slice it. How did they make that into some kind of feel-good story? Now, let's just call this a one-of-a-kind fluke victory. Besides, knowing Nognaria, I'm sure it'll just be a matter of time until she incorporates heart shapes into her next beautiful cast. Huh? Hey Artoria, how come your chocolate looks like it's pounding? Did you do something to it? Damn it, Goose, stop bringing us back to reality! Just to be sure, it's not about to explode, is it? Of course not. Not even Artoria would mistake gunpowder for sugar. No, I definitely didn't. Trust me. I taste every ingredient and only put in the yummy ones. All of them. All of them? What exactly do you mean by all of them? I mean all the different ingredients, of course. You guys had so many good ones for us to use that it would have been a waste to not use them, right? It's true, I saw it myself. While Mash was cleaning up the mixing bowls. Lady Artoria used some shifty technique to squeeze all the ingredients into the chocolate. That gave the chocolate a massive amount of magical energy, fusing its ingredients and creating a new life form. And now, as you can see, it's created a calamity that threatens the entire world. No, Karen! The child of prophecy made a super weapon. Run for your lives! Oh, it's damaging my cathedral, and it's turning my fairies into chocolate! What in the world were you thinking? You can't just mix anything and everything? Let me guess, you're the kind of fairy who thinks anything that takes 10 minutes at low heat to cook can also be cooked in 2 minutes at high heat, aren't you? That's Lord Bonnie. That's actually Lord Bonnie so much. That's Lord Bonnie. He is the kind of rabbit who thinks anything that takes 10 minutes at low heat to cook can also be cooked in 2 minutes at high heat. She put baking soda and vinegar in it, didn't she? Probably. Master, we need to fight to preserve Artoria's honor. I mean, to cover up the evidence. Some hearts just can't be saved. I hate to destroy it, but I guess we have no choice. Please don't beat it up too badly, I promise. It should be still really yummy. My child of prophecy can't be this much of a bad chef. Kinda makes me want to eat it more, I know. I like to taste the danger. Why should we? Oh, of course. Let's burn this chocolate, shall we? Five bells in and the humiliation faces still keep coming, poor girl. Okay, Ina's big sister, let's go. You know, I totally want... Talking about Hololive, I hope Lasagna lets or Aniplex lets Pecora read avalonlefae. This would be such a misbegotten monstrosity. That's a nice name. Like this would be a banger to read through with Pecora, both in fights and storytelling itself. Don't you agree, Chad? This would be so fun to watch Pecora go through. Wait, no. It's actually insta-kill. It would if I spoke Japanese. Her narration would be amazing. Her going through the battles would be amazing. Okay, this could get really bad. Bonnie's still playing. Yeah. Kanademashou. I never understand that word, but I watch hours from DP streamers. It will chocofy you in an instant. So Hyokurende. Kenshoi. Hyokurende. Calamity of the heart. No. Bonnie has to be in class in 3 hours and 7 minutes. You wanna play like that? We can play like that. Daya. I love Yang. Her single tiene el poder de servirme. Me too. You still not have summer holiday? Nope. Actually, I still haven't done with the real life stuff I still have to do, but I'll get to them maybe Sunday when I come back from my trip. I'm a very hardworking and busy bunny. And any strong? Misbegotten monstrosity. I'm keeping this one. Nognaria, look out! Not even you can take a hit from those instant death shots. Huh? Nognaria! Artoria took the bullet. No! Why all FGO female VTubers going for a trip? 5 years ago in Gloucester, an incident took place several days after my humiliating experience at the Farium. Wow, you're a King Clan fairy, Nognaria? I've never seen one of you before. Well, that's no surprise. I don't have any subjects in the south yet. But just you wait. One day, all the south's major cities will be home to King Clan fairies. That's what the northern fairies all want, and it's the destiny I've inherited from the previous queen. So you're carrying on the last queen's purpose, huh? But you're the only King Clan fairy around, right, Nognaria? So even if you do get the northern fairies to move here, that doesn't mean there'll be more King Clan fairies. Sure there will. Any fairy I share my blood with becomes part of the King Clan. Is that sort of a mindset thing? Like the difference between being a bully and a victim? Wow, you're just the worst at analogies, aren't you? Queen Bee and drones were right there, or even a king and her vassals. Anyway, there's always only been one King Clan fairy ever since the King Clan began. Mab was born from the corpses of the many northern fairies who were killed in the War of Spring. I see. Sure, their bodies became part of Britain itself when they died, but they also refused to be reborn as next generations. Well, it was more like, since there was no land where they would have been born, they would have just died and been born again right away. So, like, it happened to the Welsh fairies. So rather than subjecting themselves to a cycle like that, they decided to pour all of themselves into a single king. Honestly, maybe bite the bullets. That king was Mav, the Great Fairy. She was kind of like the Northern Fairies' version of Queen Morgan. Mab was all of the Northern Fairies combined into a single fairy. Her rules focused on control and prosperity. That allowed her to share power with anyone who swore loyalty to her. So she did just that with fairies who sought her out, and created a place for them all to live on the Western Island. Of course, creating a whole island took a lot out of her, so she was pretty weak by the time it was done. It just goes to show you never know what life has in store. If Matt hadn't grown weak, she would never have taken on the bodyguard who eventually became her spouse. A spouse? And let me tell you, they could barely keep their hands off each other. It was like never-ending spring. Aww. And that's why you should always avoid spring. Stick to autumn and winter. I love winter. Winter is my favorite season. At any rate, anyone who swears loyalty to the King clan gets to share in their power. That means any fairy who's given some of my blood becomes part of the King clan for as long as they remain loyal. And as the queen bee, I have my drones show their loyalty by performing labor, and the drones in turn get my power for themselves. Winter's rough in places that actually get a lot of snow, but that's neither my problem nor yours. Winter, mosquitoes aren't around. Kind of. That's the nicest, most general thing anyone has ever said about it. So the more... Oh, did I read that? So the more northern fairies I bring together under my command, the more the King clan grows in number. I see. So when you share your power, does that power eventually come back to you? No, it doesn't. That's the one big downside to this system. I don't lend my power, I give it to them. So the more King clan fairies I make, the weaker I become. But obviously, that wouldn't be sustainable, right? So of course Mab thought of a solution. She expanded her fate domain to encompass all of Britain, and made a new rule to go with it. As long as her subjects remain part of the King clan, the clan's combined power shall be her power as well. So even though she was pretty poor after doling out money to all her subjects, she hadn't actually lost anything, since the whole kingdom belonged to her. Chad, easy with the out of subject, Chad. She chose to empower her nation rather than herself. I think she was really onto something. She chose to empower her nation rather than herself. I think she was really onto something. A nation can't grow by the hand of one person alone, on one set of values. You need many working together to make it as rich and beautiful as it can be. Gloucester here might be a little twisted, but it's still a prime example of what I'm talking about. That's why my duty is to claim Camelot's throne for myself and unify all of Britain. It would have been a lot easier if Morgan had named me as her successor, but instead she chose Tristan, right? So as long as that whack job's around, what choice do I have but to take it by force? Virgilite, if you want to take about your driver's license, go to the your DMV. I couldn't believe my ears. She talked about seizing Camelot's throne with the same nonchalance as someone talking about going out for a walk. As far as I'm concerned, she was already a great queen at that point. Even as she talked about what the last queen wanted, she still chose to be her successor. She spoke of her ambitions greedily, selfishly, and without a hint of shame or concern as to what anyone else might think. That's the Nognaria I knew, the most hard-working fairy in all of Britain. That's one hell of a purpose, but are you sure it's okay to tell me that? I mean, you're talking about revolting against the queen, right? Oh, are you going to report me? Could you even do that if you wanted to? Especially when you're practically radiating death to all the clan's energy yourself? Oh. Am I? You are. I know I'm something else, but you're pretty impressive in your own right, you know that? You see yourself as being apart from every other fairy out there, right? Hell, everything about you is out of the ordinary. I'm not talking about the kind of lower class and upper class distinctions that Morgan chose. No, in your case it feels more like you're an entirely different kind of being altogether. Basically, you're looking down at every fairy in Britain. Are you nuts? I'm the one who's being looked down upon. That's it. That's the spirit. Being reasonable is all well and good, but pieces of you will die if you take it too far like I did. Huh? Are you saying you're dead on the inside, Nognaria? Even though you're so well brazen? Oh wait, I get it. It's the other way around. You're brazen because you're dead. Because you're the, like, Darlington Sunbeam incident. Don't be ridiculous. Oh, whoa, whoa, stop, there's no need for violence! That was just an example, or rather, that all happened a long time ago. I saw you apologizing to that fairy you were with in the hall earlier. Was that your village's leader or something? No, forget that, it doesn't matter. The point is, you kept apologizing, saying you were sorry you're so weak and promising to try your best next time, right? Well, cut it out. At least when I'm within earshot. Hearing that crap really pisses me off. What's wrong with being weak? Who gets hurt if you can't do it? You're the only one who's going to get upset about you being weak, and it's not other fairies who'll be doing their best next time. Of course, it's natural to have regrets over failures, mistakes over eating, and so on. But never ever apologize just for being weak. There's no greater waste of time. Motivational Nognaria. And just so you know, I'm not telling you this because I feel sorry for you. I'm mad because apologizing for your weakness doesn't help anyone, least of all yourself. With that kind of power, you should be holding your head high and fighting for what you yourself want. Motivational Nognaria, let's go! You're a real fiery fairy deep down, right? Like a dragon pretending to be a house cat. So quit worrying about what everyone else thinks of you and sink those fangs into your dreams. Don't let your memes be dreams. Make your dreams come true. Because believe me, there are plenty of people out there who don't have the power to even do that. Arturia really bringing people out. Just do it! Those words were what really astonished me. She was born into luxury with incredible power at her disposal, but despite that, or maybe because of it, she also understood exactly how much she and her fellow fairies were truly blessed. Easy for you to say when you're not the one who'll have to live with the consequences. Alright then, if you're going to lecture me about dreams, what about yours? You've probably already sunk your fangs into them, but still. My dream? You need to ask? It's romance! When I find someone who rocks me to my core, our romance is going to rock the whole damn kingdom to its foundation. Aww. Are you crazy? Besides, it's no dream, that's reality. I mean, you must have had a lover for ages now, right? Well, that's just it. I don't. That could maybe have been phrased a little better. Hold it. You just laughed at me in your head, didn't you? Don't get me wrong. I'm not lacking opportunities. I could have anyone in Edinburgh if I wanted. Right, of course. How could you not when you're so pretty? But then, why aren't you dating anyone? I guess it's my way of setting myself apart from the last queen? You know how depriving yourself of the thing you want most likes a figurative fire in your belly? Well, I'm going to use that fire to claim the throne and save my romance for after I'm king of Britain. Aww, that was really nice. Pretty wholesome. It was so ridiculous I couldn't help but laugh. She didn't even realize that she had her purpose and her dream completely mixed up. She didn't want to become king so she could then have a romance. She just wanted the romance and felt like she had to get her predecessor's wish out of the way by becoming king to do it. Is she too intimidating? Maybe. What's so funny? What's your dream then, huh? Is it that much better than mine? I guess mine's not too far off. I want to try walking around the city as an upper-class fairy. I want to be proud and stylish like you are. I can only imagine how great that must feel. I remember thinking, I wouldn't mind having her for a rival. I'd had to go without a lot of things in my life, but at least in terms of someone to compete with, it looks like I got everything I could have asked for. You idiot, this isn't pride, this is fashion. I don't mind helping you with that side of things, but that's not what a real dream is. Anyway, first, we need to see who can put down the burdens we're carrying the soonest. Should we see who gets there first? This is really wholesome, they really are friends, in a bickering kind of way. That night, I took in the same night sky as my incredible friend, a fairy who spoke of her dreams with pride and nobility. I thought I'd sealed that horrid memory away! Oh god, oh good, you're awake! Why are you looking at me like that? Did I miss out on something fun or...? That's right, I remember now. I took a direct hit from that chocolate. How dare that thing revolt against its creator? Come everyone, let's smash that thing and eat it up like the sweet treat it was supposed to be. I guess you really were just knocked out for a bit. Have pleasant dreams since it seems you were up all night? No, I didn't. And I wasn't up all night either. I slept great. If you must know, now, do you give in or what? Yes, I give in. You won the math match fair and square. Lucky for you, the judge made her decision before all the spectators ran for their lives. As promised, I'll let the Child of Prophecy command my forces, and I'll go along with whatever you tell me to. Yay! I look forward to seeing what you're capable of. Huh? Are you feeling okay, Nognaria? Did you eat something that didn't agree with you? I think we all came close to eating something we shouldn't have. So, right. So about Karen, is she still alive? Hopefully. Hey, Laran, do you ever think you might be giving Artoria too long a leash? At least stop feeding her pies after midnight, okay? She needs all the brain power she can get, and those things clearly aren't doing her any favors. Hey, what's wrong with a midnight snack? For real. Artoria, I think Nognaria's talking about your alliance. Oh, right. Still, are you sure you're sure about this? I mean, given what a horrible mess this turned out to be, it doesn't really feel like I won. Oh good, so you do see what a mess this was. I'm glad to know you still have some semblance of rational thought left in that thick skull. Anyway, while it's obvious I would win a rematch, we don't have any more time to waste. Especially since the Queen's probably known you're wearing Edinburgh since last night. And once she realizes we're teaming up, she's going to assemble all her forces scattered in Camelot. So we need to take her down before that happens. Are you ready to do this, Artoria? You need to hurry back to the south, ring Oxford's bell, and bring the Round Table Army and any other troops you can gather to my camp. In the meantime, I'll have my forces march to Camelot's main gate. But I thought you said you never joined forces with the Round Table Army. I just don't want to see them dying in front of me. I can't ensure their safety since they can't join my clan. But I will admit that human knights, Percival included, are a good match for the Queen's knights. My subjects certainly can't use Morse poison weapons. So I suppose I can make an exception, especially since I've been told humans aren't as fragile as I believed. Aww. Isn't that right, Laran? Well, how nice to see you two became friends while I was up all night learning how to make chocolate. Jealous? By the way, Nognaria, do you still remember that night in Gloucester? Of course I do. What do you take me for, a fool? At any rate, you have my word that the Northern Fairies will fight beside the Child of Prophecy. Now get going, we don't have any time to spare. Okay, that's fair. I was the one who rang Orkney's bell. Laran, Mash, Da Vinci, Muramasa, Habitat, Redra, and Grimm? Please pack your bags as soon as you can. We need to hurry to Oxford. Now, I'm gonna stay put here. You'll need someone to coordinate communications between you and the North, right? Besides, it looks like these guys don't have a mage of their own, so I'm gonna teach them some basics they'll need to know when going up against Morgan. You will? Well, as long as you can be useful, that's fine with me. Don't worry, I'm going to inscribe runes on as many of your soldiers' shields as I can. Morgan's spells pack a serious wallop, so we're gonna make sure they take at least one hit from them. Translation: I don't wanna stay here with Muramasa. Okay, I'll make you my official court mage and tactician then. This is great. Now I'm really starting to feel like a queen. Well, see you later, Artoria, Laran. I would have liked to show you around Edinburgh, but that'll have to wait until another day. Next time we meet, it'll be on the battlefield. Let's make sure we're both dressed to kill. Yay! We're gonna kill them with style. Yay! Man, I wanna keep reading. Okay. The sun comes up there in about 1 hour. Okay, you know what? We can always... You know what? Fine, okay, fine. I'm going to sleep. But my command spell, go to sleep, Bonnie. Like I say, you can't spell best without Vargas. We can always just tap out of there. Abort. Okay, time to sleep. Probably sleep through class like I always do. Good night, Bonnie. Have fun with your class in 2.5 hours. I will have fun. Okay, we'll go back to this hopefully Sunday. I can't wait. It's okay. Bye bye. Bye bye bye. Buenas noches. Buenas noches.